could switch, but you know, has Honda America? It's quite important. Who knows? I think there's quite a lot of conversations to be had up and down the paddock over the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, it feels a long way away, 2026, but it'll be here before you know it. Looking down in Carlos Sainz Sr. in the garage, two-time World Rally Champion, and his son out on the circuit at the moment.
1969. A Brazilian was not on the grid, and then they were on the grid all the way through. I did a major disservice to Felipe Massa, who of course held the fort after Barrichello, took us through past Felipe Nasr, and Felipe Massa was on the grid to 2017. So 2017 all the way through to 1970, there was at least a Brazilian on the grid, including Senna, Piquet, Fittipaldi, Barrichello, Massa, legends. Pietro Fittipaldi, and maybe Felipe Drugovich.
Maybe looking at a debut. You've heard 4 voices already in this afternoon session. Let's bring in a 5th. Will Buxton is in the sun down in the pit lane.
Hello, I'm just having a little peek over the boards down here at Aston Martin. I'm not supposed to be, but the floor's off the car. They're not just changing over the seat for Fernando this afternoon. I wanted to kind of just jump in on what you guys were talking about in relation to who might pick up Honda to sort of bring up the missed opportunity almost for Andretti, who have such a famous partnership for with Honda over in the States. Had they just waited a little bit and not linked up with GM, the potential would have been there for them to potentially have hooked up with Honda and carry on that relationship that they've had for such a long time. But I guess that's not really on the cards anymore.
No, they're announcing their plans, and no update. Lawrence would have the update if there was an update on those plans. But it's a fair point, Will.
Well, I've been looking at the rumours around that General Motors program. General Motors have stated their intention of entering Formula One. The problem is they don't have anyone who's got a confirmed entry to work with. But you know, that car company of that size, how hard would it be for them to develop a new power unit? Well, the answer to that question is actually it's not that easy to develop a power unit. The V6 combustion engine side of things under the new technical regulations it's not as big a task as perhaps it is now, because it's a lot more constrained over what you're able to do. But the biggest thing you have to do is develop a new fuel to go with that power unit. You can't just dump petrol in it anymore. Formula One is banning fossil fuels altogether, so you have to find a new fuel source to run your car on, and the regulations really leave it open to manufacturers to develop a new fuel. So lots of rumours about Audi perhaps bringing an algae-based fuel, and others using just sort of agricultural or farm waste or household waste to make their fuels. I think it's going to be a cocktail of all of these things. But actually, I think you might see that's why a lot of the manufacturers want to get stuck into this. But GM, will they partner with an existing power unit manufacturer? I heard a lot of rumours about Renault. They've been ruled out. There is a engineering partnership between Honda and General Motors for road car production. Okay. And I do wonder if that might play into the situation. So perhaps what Will's talking about might actually come true anyway.
Nice. Good steer on that. Fighting the car down into turn 10, Carlos Sainz. And it's looked lively since he's been out on track. This is further round the lap. We're heading to turn 13, always a good guide. And the characteristics continued through that part. Changes being made down there as they swap Mercedes from Russell to Hamilton this afternoon. Mercedes, who, if you weren't with us for the morning session, were not thrilled with their day 2. Slightly happier, I think, after their running that they had this morning, according to the team. They were a little bit flummoxed by what they saw, but because there's a night crew, team that famously good at progressing things. Miles off the pace in 2021 in testing here. Red Bull looking like firm favourites. Hamilton won the Grand Prix. So things can change very, very quickly in Formula One. Lando Norris in the car. We've detailed McLaren's slight problem with the brows. Wheel brows there, you can see. And that's a long way deep into the corner for Norris. On the C3 tyre, climbing the hill through 9, where his teammate had a spin this morning. You can hear the bumps that he's clearing at that point and putting in more mileage. pre-season before we get to FP1.
We might have a bit of a back-to-back long run here. Norris on what looks to be a heavy McLaren, high fuel, struggled to get it turned in for turn 11, and he's struggling again at the final corner, ramp wide at turn 13, but he's staying out there. Presumably, oh, he does open the DRS flap for the start of this, but that is it's a heavier car pace, that 36.6. Magnussen behind on a 35.5. Times earlier on, Leclerc down in the 31, so they're a long way away from the true pace, and we'll see racier runs later on this evening. But that Norris McLaren was just an awful lot.
This is interesting. We're watching a replay right now of the DRS on the McLaren being open all the way down the main straight. That wasn't the lap we just watched, by the way. Just as you were talking about Lando Norris opening his DRS, he immediately closed it again, but didn't run the full length of the straight with his DRS open, and that's quite unusual to see. You saw the Haas do the full straight with the DRS open, and I'm not just a bit curious as to what Norris is doing other than breaching track limits.
No, so I wonder if he's on a long run and he's accidentally pressed the DRS and they've said don't use DRS for this run, and then he's remembered as he pressed it, he thought, oh no, and so he's just pressed it again to close it, because the pace that he's on there, a 37.6 that he's done, and he's not picking up the pace again in this first sector, and look, he's backed off now. So maybe either he's just backed off the lap and he's going to come back in the pits, or he's got an issue. But it was a high fuel, not particularly aggressive first lap from Lando.
Well, let's have another comparison between two cars out there. We did this earlier on. I've got Sam to run his eye over the different philosophies of two cars. We've got the Aston Martin at the top. We've got this year's McLaren at the bottom.
Yeah, I was just having to think of just to look at two quite different cars. So if you stop it just there, you can see one of the fundamental differences. We talked about this with Red Bull and Ferrari. Well, the only other car on the grid to have a pull rod front suspension design is the McLaren MCL60. That's carried over from last year's McLaren. In fact, quite a lot of the concept of this year's McLaren has carried over year on year. You can see on the Aston Martin, it's a push rod front end. So all those people saying that the Aston Martin is a green bull, it's just a Red Bull copy, poppycock. It's not true at all. That's not a Red Bull copy at all. It's taken inspiration from various elements of the car, but it's not really the same. But there are elements that are quite similar on these cars. They both have that Mercedes power unit. So if you look at the top of the roll hoop, just above the driver's head on both cars, you can see that really distinctive A shape inside the roll hoop. That's the rollover structure. That's the bit that the driver's head, that protects the driver's head when it flips over. The bit around it is just a carbon fibre shroud to channel air into two coolers that are mounted further down the back of the car. The different coolers on both of the cars feed different bits of the coolers depending on which car and even which circuit from some circuits. Then you look at the mirrors on these two cars. Now, I'm going to be talking a lot about mirrors this year, and I can see Jolene's eyes rolling about that because wing mirrors have got bigger on every F1 car this year. By regulation, the drivers need to be able to see out the back a little bit better so they don't bump into each other, perhaps as an Aston Martin may have done to Fernando Alonso at one point last year. Look at the design of the mirrors on these two cars. Two very similar concepts being followed, and that's quite a surprise because Aston Martin had a far more advanced concept that they didn't use on this car, but they tested at the Hungaroring last year, so I'm a bit surprised to see that. Now, if we roll forwards, we're going to start to see the differences between these two cars on the side pods, and you can see the shape of the McLaren's quite a dramatic side pod opening, but actually the concept's fairly similar. But what you really want to look at here is the shape of the side pod on both cars. So the Aston Martin has that from the side, looks that very Red Bull style swoop down. You can see the drop down above the sea of Cognizant, and you can see the McLaren doesn't swoop down as aggressively, but look at the differences on the floor. Very different shapes. You can see that viaduct section of the floor in the middle, just under the V of Vus on the McLaren. That's just all that underbody air management, working the edges of the floor, getting the vortexes to do what you want along the edge of the floor. Don't necessarily seal the side of the floor to stop air creeping out. You're never really going to do that without a sliding skirt. But they are using it just to get a beneficial effect under the car. You never find out exactly what, again, without sticking the car in the wind tunnel or having CFD and getting to public results in public. You can see, though, on Aston Martin, they've taken influence from Mercedes, having that little wire that's a legality wire just behind the leading edge of the floor. That's quite a clever little solution I think a lot of teams are going to start playing with. But the one thing about the Aston Martin from the side on that you don't really get until the footage rolls forwards a little bit, and we'll get a much clearer look at, is how tightly sculpted those side pods are. So that Cognizant side pod, it drops down almost vertically on the other side, and you get a very deep valley. Then that's managing the airflow to do whatever it is that Aston Martin want it to. From head on, it looks to me like they're trying to get that Ferrari effect of drag reduction. So I'd actually say that side pod shape, while from side on looks very Red Bull inspired, I think in reality is more Ferrari inspired. Whereas if you look at the McLaren, that is a Red Bull inspired side pod in my opinion. Red Bull last year more than Red Bull this year, because you don't have that deep undercut that you have on the Red Bull. Neither of these cars going for that undercut style. And then rolling forward, just keeping an eye on the end plates of the car underneath the J. Later on a long run, you'll start to notice that those end plates are getting incredibly dirty. And that's because there's something to do with the characteristic of this year's Pirelli tyres, is that there's a small amount of rubber that's coming off them and absolutely coating the end plates of the rear wings, and I think that's potentially thick enough to have an aerodynamic effect. So we may see teams having to start wiping down the rear wings during pit stops, which will be a new process they have to introduce. And any team that struggles with pit stops may have a little bit of a headache on their hands. The diffuser design, as ever, is pretty much of a muchness. The rules define that. But look above the diffuser, either side of the exhaust. You can see the beam wings. Both cars have two beam wings, but the McLarens are much bigger, much thicker than those of the Aston Martin. And then look at the exits of the bodywork. The Aston Martin, you can see that very pronounced, very haunched, very curved section around the exhaust, almost Batmobile style. I quite like that. Whereas the McLaren is a bit more simple, but does have that centre spine cooling outlet as well, which you can just see in that orange section ahead of the rear wing support. Very different solutions for two cars that actually on paper should really be quite similar, because they both share identical Mercedes power units.
Lovely stuff, Sam. Especially the much of a muchness. Favourite line of all of that, outstanding. I enjoyed it in the gallery as well. Pretty much of a muchness. New name for a feature with Sam. We'll get that content sorted. Excellent to compare them. So we've done that with 6 of the cars out there so far. This is Hamilton's qualifying head-to-head with George Russell last year. This could be completely uncharted territory for Hamilton, who found himself in uncharted territory for his Formula One career last year, when he did not score a pole position, he did not score a win. Had that in 2009 at the start of the season. They introduced updates to the car, worked very, very well as he goes deep into turn 4. He has never had 2 seasons of not being able to fight consecutively, which is remarkable when you consider his Formula One career. But if Mercedes are struggling to keep up with Ferrari and firm favourites Red Bull, Hamilton could be set for an unprecedented second season of just hoping to be fighting for wins.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with he's never not won a race for 2 seasons in a row, which was so much the chat last year, wasn't it? Having won a race every year of his Formula One career until he didn't get one last year. I thought we were going to bring it up there for 2 years. We get it. It's strange, and it's looking more and more that way, that Mercedes are not going to be starting the year right at the front. I'm slightly surprised how accepting the team seem to be at the moment of their position, given this should have been an anomaly for Mercedes last year, where they spent the whole season playing catch-up. And they almost got there at the end of the year. They won in Brazil, but even in Abu Dhabi, they weren't able to compete right at the sharp end. They spent the whole season with every race. Can Mercedes understand their problems? Can they play catch-up? They seem quite accepting that that's the case again to start this year, with a fresh start, new car. Could have been new ideas, but they've actually kept with the old philosophy. They've given it another chance, although Toto Wolff has said they may, and they're probably going to be looking at a side pod change at some point. But whether that will be a completely different idea or just another tweak of trying to get the most out of their current situation. But yeah, it's a strange one for Hamilton.
That's how liveries are invented. No, that's AlphaTauri there. That's, you see the cars, all the green stuff that comes on them when they're running out. Well, that's how it's applied. Some teams have got little squirty guns for it. AlphaTauri going for the old-fashioned technique of a paintbrush, an artistic interpretation. Quite a lot of it being applied down the side of that Italian-built car.
There should be more lime green in liveries, I think. It's a great colour.
So you couldn't see the flow bits, though. You'd have to do what Williams do and pop down to B&Q and buy every bright colour paint you can,
There
and
we
then
go.
put
What's wrong with
huge
that?
amounts of it on the car.
I'll get some shoes to match. It'll be perfect.
Your shoes are quite lively today, actually.
Lime green coloured cars.
Oh, look great.
Status GP in GP3.
Niche. I like it.
Tracy Crone.
Lime green
star.
and black.
They look good.
Oh, but
They actually did look all right. They actually did look all right.
Tracy Crone, the gentleman driver in sports car racing, always raced his cars in American sports car racing. He had Ferraris and Daytona prototypes. They were always lime green.
Yeah, I'm not going to, sound that was my
It's all
idea.
yours, Norris.
It's all falling apart on the final day of testing. Rob Paul with Sergio Perez continuing his progress for the final corners over the crest that Sam was pointing out to us.
Close that gap. And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it. Won a couple of times, but there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think. I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and I remember looking at this young
A little bit more.
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it. Won a couple of times, but there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think. I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw like sort of, it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time. And I remember looking at this young...
Managed to work through
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it, won a couple of times. But there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think... I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw like sort of, it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time. And I
think focusing on...
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it, won a couple of times. But there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think... I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw like sort of, it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point, does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer, I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and I remember looking at this young
Hours are laid out.
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it, won a couple of times. But there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think... I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point, does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer, I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and I remember looking at this young...
The mood in...
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it, won a couple of times. But there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think... I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point, does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer, I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, And he really, I remember looking at this young, that A-shaped.
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it. Won a couple of times, but there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think. I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car was worth. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and he really, I remember looking at this young than those that are on.
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it. Won a couple of times, but there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think. I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car was worth. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and he really, I remember looking at this young, very close to each other.
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it. Won a couple of times, but there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
Dernière ligne droite d'essai privé.
I don't think.
Il est temps que ça se termine, hein, parce qu'il y en a un peu marre quand même, c'est long.
He's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. We just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender. Maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car was worth. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and I remember looking at this young
On today, hopefully.
And the race, obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it. Won a couple of times, but there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think. I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. We just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year, where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender. Maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car was worth. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate, and at some point does that just beat you down?
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time, and I remember looking at this young
they have the same target, I think, and at the end of the day, it will be a challenge, but it's the DNA of the business.
I will try one more time just before I throw back to commentary.
You can try one.
Where do you think Ferrari have established themselves in the pecking order, Fred?
Well, I think that it was a bit up and down, but when we are able to put everything together, the pace is there, and when we are not, the pace is not there. Good try.
I'll keep trying, Fred. I'll keep trying. Thank you very much.
I'm hoping that we're going to get a third interview with Fred today, where he says basically the same thing again. He's continuing with his prediction that they're in the top 10, though, Lawrence.
I've got so much time for Fred. Like, he isn't taking it too seriously when he's chatting, though. He doesn't seem to be overcome by the pressure of working for Ferrari. Like, he just doesn't... He just looks really comfortable at Ferrari in a really corporate environment.
We were discussing this earlier in the week. I can't even remember if it was on air or not. It's been... that's the nature of testing. It all does all blur into testing. If it works for Fred, it's a special place in Ferrari history because so many very, very talented people have had a go and it's not quite worked out. If it doesn't work, a lot of very talented people have had a go and it's not worked out. He's a racer through and through. He cut his teeth in the junior formula. He got his chance. It was a bit political at Renault. It didn't work out for him. He lost the power struggle there. He then did a good job at Alfa Romeo. And now he gets an opportunity at the fabled name of Ferrari. And I think it's potentially incredible for him. If it works out, great. If not, he's had a fantastic motor racing career.
Oh, for sure. I think he just couldn't say no to Ferrari at this stage of his career. I think comparing it to Renault, that was a very different scenario. There were far more senior folk in and around there, and it was just a little bit harder to be more of a mainstream leader. Whereas at Ferrari, I know you've got that senior upper echelons of management, but I think Fred is going to be allowed to crack on with the job. And I think the best thing that Fred can bring to Ferrari is he knows, like you just suggested, he knows how to run a race team. He knows how to go out and get it operating in a very efficient way. And as long as he's got a good race car, he can focus on making sure the strategy elements are working well, the operational elements are working well. He's getting the best out of the drivers. And I just also think with him in charge, we're going to hear a lot more about how Ferrari are getting on. I think we're going to get a greater insight into the problems that they're suffering, the good times. I know he was being a bit difficult there and not wanting to give too much away, but this is testing. I do think once we get into the racing season, if they have a bad race, I think he'll front up and he'll talk about it. I think if they have a good race, he'll explain why and he'll really give good access. So I'm excited to see what Ferrari looks like with Fred leading the way, and it's great that they've got two drivers in Charles and Carlos who are super hungry. They both know Fred very well, and I think that helps boost that relationship.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating dynamic. So many teams in the field changing team principal or having, in, say, the case of Alfa Romeo, a different CEO, and Andreas Seidel. And it's going to be a story that we will track all the way across the season. We're going on board with Sergio Perez, who continues on the C3 tyre. He's just done his personal best in Sector 1 as we crank our way towards the performance runs that will get under the floodlights later on in the final 2 hours of the session, and we'll get our clearest picture. The order you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen set earlier on, the top three. Perez found himself in the car earlier on, continues on his way. Personal best Sector 1, Sector 2, comes across the line. Is this going to be his best lap overall? It is, and it moves him ahead of Felipe Drugovich, the Red Bull ahead of the Aston Martin. Crucially, look at the difference in compounds there. The C3 tyre for the Mexican driver, who improves on his 78th lap of the circuit. So all going nicely there. It has been for pre-season testing. Plenty to talk about, plenty of change, a few rule changes as well. I've covered it all for you, but fundamentally not that many cars off the racetrack, not that many red flags. It's been remarkably consistent.
I think that's partly what makes Bahrain such a great circuit to go testing, because you've got all of this runoff, the risk of causing damage to the cars, and obviously there's limited spare parts at this stage of the season. It just allows the team to kind of evaluate the package that they've got in a slightly safer environment from that perspective. It's been great from a reliability perspective. Like, I know you tend to get that when you've had a slight stability in the regulations from one year to the next, but every part is new, you know, whether or not it's an evolution or not. And that means that you can get little glitches, just like Alfa Romeo are suffering today, how McLaren have had continuous problems with that area. So I think it is just it has been a very impressive feat for the majority of the teams.
It's going to be Lewis Hamilton just fighting it. This has been the story of his test, certainly in day 2 and continuing there, just wide at turn 4.
Yeah, Lewis was saying earlier in the press conference that it was great that the team obviously got rid of the bouncing, but he said there's several underlying issues, and that kind of matches up with George's comments yesterday, where he said there's kind of a bit of confusion as to why they're struggling so much, and Toto was talking about doing lots of homework into last night and just trying to get an understanding of potentially why they can't get the best out of the car. I think that it's probably not looking as good as Mercedes thought it was early in this test. I think things have tailed off a little bit. And as Jolien was talking about earlier, they have got this other concept that they're working on, that if they don't want to pursue the one that gave them a bit of trouble last year and they've tried to evolve into this year, they have got that option to switch to later in the season.
Martin Whitmarsh down there with Pedro De La Rosa having a mini McLaren reunion. Got Stoffel Van Dorn as reserve driver as well down there.
It's like they're getting the band back
Getting
together.
the band back together. And Fernando Alonso, aware that this is realistically going to be his final team in Formula One, but what an opportunity. The oldest driver in the field may have extraordinary stuff. If you speak to teams from the midfield, they think the Aston Martin is quick. If you speak to teams at the front, they think the Aston Martin is quick. I guess the conclusion, Lawrence, is that they've done a phenomenal job at the Silverstone-based squad.
Yeah, I think the general feeling, if you go across the paddock and you have a chat to teams and drivers as well, they'll talk about Aston Martin. You don't even have to ask them who's doing well, who's looking good, who's not looking good. They just bring up independently Aston Martin and the job that they've done. I think visually, the team, the car looks great. I think Fernando has been positive about it. Felipe's been positive about it. You talk to the guys and girls of the team and they're positive about it. I think Aston Martin have very much been the surprise package. And Jolien and I were having a chat about this earlier. They do kind of look like they're fronting up the midfield, and who knows how much beyond that.
So Fernando Alonso continues on his way. We'll get the answers very, very soon, of course. So that's excellent to see. And as he continues on his way, we've had a change in the commentary box, and a very exciting change in the commentary box, because I'm delighted to welcome Yasmin, who is our winner this year of the DHL commentator competition. And this is the reward. Welcome to the testing commentary box. Wonderful to have you in the com box.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. This is a dream of mine, so to be with all yous, and thank you so much. Yeah.
So tell us about the competition. Tell us what you had to do, and tell us how you won.
So we had to commentate over 2 fastest laps. So the first one was Max Verstappen, just over 1 sector in his fastest lap in Spa. Then the second one was George Russell in Brazil. And then we had to tell why we wanted to win the competition. For me, I wanted to win because I want to work in F1. I want to be either a commentator or a presenter. So, yeah, I just really put my heart and soul into that first sector. And
what was the style? Were you trousers on fire, all guns blazing? Were you methodical? Which way did you go?
Kind of a bit of both, yeah. I just describe what I see, but give it that story. That's what commentary is to me. It's describing what's on track and giving the right facts, but making it interesting as well.
Who are your commentary idols? Who do you look up to?
At the moment, it's Crofty. You know, we see Crofty everywhere. So
I shouldn't
have
asked.
You shouldn't have asked that. Will Buxton told me not to say that here, so I just said it. So.
Well, winding up Will is always a good idea. You are wearing just to give you a tour of the com box as we go on, as part of your reward for winning the competition. You are wearing the Crofty spec. So this is not always how it works. Occasionally, in the past, this is the Murray Walker spec of microphone, this one.
Oh, yeah.
We lost John Motson in the week, and this is the one that he would have used for his entire football career. That's the old school Coles mic. That's the one that's the lip mic you might use. Our friend David Croft prefers this mainly so he can get the old laptop out and use both hands as he goes through. And if he claims anything different, that's not telling the truth. So this is it. This would be the specification. In front of you, you've got. Well, tell us what stands out from the commentary box from someone making their first appearance here.
Well, there's just so much going on with all the buttons, and as well as trying to keep on track with what's going on. So, yeah, there's so much here. Oh my God. Yeah, I would definitely press the wrong button. I think I'm off air and I'd press I'm actually on air.
You've got to be very careful with that, otherwise careers can be shorter than you want them to be. So I don't know if you'll be able to hear anyone in the gallery. They're probably all behaving themselves compared to what we normally have. So just to talk you through, and we've moved the camera. Director Tom, he's on it. So just to tell everyone, including yourself, what we've got here. We've got the gallery on this fader, okay? We've got the sound, the track FX, the sound of the cars on the track. That can be, you know, so for instance, if last year we're porpoising, we want to hear if it's porpoising, want to get everyone to listen to that moment, you'd turn that up, you'd make sure that was the case. Sometimes we have someone back at Biggin Hill, so that would be remote commentary. The lazy button is the button to speak to the gallery.
Okay.
If you're like, okay, so you'd press that, it would mute your microphone, and you'd be like, Joleon's wandered off again. Can we get Joleon back, please? And then on the other side, you'd have the team radio, and you can adjust all of this, and it changes all the way, and you've got the other chaps on these faders here. So that's the buttons that you're looking at home, and Yasmin, you're looking at in the commentary box for the very first time.
Wow.
Is it how you pictured it?
Honestly, no. In my head, I thought the room would actually be quite bigger. I thought like huge budget, flat screen TVs.
Yeah,
you know.
this is, it varies from channel to channel. It varies with what we've got. So in here as well, we've got the, I don't know if Director Tom can show us maybe some of the screens. Oh, I love having control of this. This is too good. So we've got the timing page on the left, we've got the international feed, we've got the two boxes of the F1 TV feed. Joleon's got a slightly spanglier timing screen there, which gives you the mini sectors as well, which is awfully useful for qualifying. You don't always get that information, you just get the 3 sectors on the graphics sitting at home. You know what? We've heard quite enough of me for one day. Part of your reward is commentating on testing. So Yasmin, take it away, your commentary debut, and let's hear you on the mic. Off you go. We're on board with Yuki Tsunoda on the left-hand side.
No pressure. Here we go. So Tsunoda, green in both sectors, pretty good so far. Yuki's kind of been lacking this year, well, last year. I think he really does need to step up his game if he wants to keep his seat. I actually saw him in the pit with Helmut Marko. Didn't seem to be having a nice conversation. I'll be honest. But yeah, I think if he really does put in the work this year, he can definitely retain his seat. I know there's a lot of young Red Bull driver programs who they really want to get a seat. It's hard to get a seat at the moment, and there's Kevin Magnussen here. But yeah, I do think he can step up his game this year.
And so another commentary tip for you: when there's nothing much going on in a moment like this, that's when you turn to Joleon and go, Joleon, what do you make of it?
K-Mag just sitting at the wheel
Yeah.
of the Haas, sweating a little bit. It's warm out there.
Very hot.
And especially when you're sitting in the car, you're just absorbing that heat. Everything around you is pretty warm. Now he gets to leave the garage and experience the Haas on some, was it C3 tyres on the Haas. So he's probably into a sort of medium run there. Get a little bit of air on the visor and then shut it to get out and focus on the driving again.
And there's Alex Albon. He's the Williams have actually looked quite strong at the moment. You expect the likes of the Mercedes and the Ferraris to be doing quite well, but because of the cost gap, I think that you're actually seeing the smaller teams really work their way up. Like if you told me that Aston Martin would be doing this well, I would have laughed at your face. So, especially with Fernando Alonso, he makes always the worst driver moves.
It's true. It's true.
So,
the man has not had a lot of luck.
Well, he's finally made a good move. Right?
So it
Finally.
appears at the moment.
It's took him long enough.
It's absolutely true. We've got Oscar Piastri was born after Fernando Alonso had made his debut in Melbourne, in the same city he was born in 2001. So Fernando's sticking around. That's a good job he is as well. What else do you get with the prize? How's your day look?
Virez-la, quoi, Yasmin.
Yeah, so
Commentator.
I've been here for 2 days. This is my second day. So after this, I think we're going to do a pit lane tour and a pit gantry. So I'll get to actually be down there and sit just where you see the marshals here, and just soak it all up. Like I've never been in a paddock before, so this is just all amazing for me.
You got a favourite driver?
It was Daniel Ricciardo, so they were on you to win.
But you're a commentator now, so you've got to be neutral.
You know, I do have to be neutral.
That's how it works.
I do.
Take the opportunity to carry. I'm being told by the gallery, less of me, basically. So please, back on the
Telling you
bike.
to shut up.
Pretty much. Wouldn't be the first. Would not be the first.
Replay of Alex Albon. Wispy smoke out of the back of the exhaust, but nothing special. Just a nice slow-mo shot of the Williams. Looked like he was heading for a practice start there. He could have talked us through it, but we're on a real slow-mo at the back of the Williams. Here's Sergio Perez.
Yeah, Perez has been about 2 seconds off the pace from Max. Yeah, Max has been just completely comfortable, and I think Perez is probably feeling that pressure a wee bit. Again, you have Daniel Ricciardo basically in the wings, constantly putting that pressure on Perez. If you want to work, you have to, especially with Brazil. You had Brazil, and they had that, you know, don't tell me to basically help Perez. And whether what happened in Monaco is true or not, I think we're really going to see a big fallout this year. I don't think that Max is just going to forgive, or Perez is going to forgive. You know, they could have had a 1-2 in the constructors, the first 1-2 for Red Bull, I think, or at least in a long while in the constructors championship. But Max knew that, and he didn't give it to Perez. So Perez is going to need to really step up his game.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. I'm glad you get the pit tour. That is a absolutely phenomenal experience. Congratulations on winning. I know there are thousands of entries, so many laps go into that as well, and I hope the commentary box lived up to the expectations. Have you met Crofty yet?
I have, very briefly.
Okay.
He was in the middle of something.
He was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
What was he possibly in the middle of? It's testing.
He was like running to somewhere. Like, I asked for a photo, and he said, sorry, I gotta go. So we did a quick photo, and then he ran off. I wasn't gonna keep him. So
Go and badger him. He has got his feet up in the production office, loving life. He usually, it's good if you can show him the notes, and he talks. Actually, there you go. I think that's a Crofty special, a track map that he brought, because it certainly wasn't Palmer's and it certainly wasn't mine. So
Wasn't mine.
There we are. Excellent to have you in the commentary box. Congratulations on winning, and I hope you love your time here in Bahrain as part of the prize.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Yasmin there, the winner of the DHL competition this year. I'm sure it will run again, so if you are an aspiring commentator, listen, give it a couple of years. Some of us have got mortgages to pay, but you can enter the DHL competition, and you could well be up here in the commentary box for testing, doing the real thing this time next year. Great to meet you. Thanks so much. And we will continue on now with our testing coverage on day 3 in the final session. That's important. You've got Valtteri Bottas back out there on track after the failure earlier on, brought out the red flag.
He's not missed out too much, has he? Just over an hour into this afternoon session, hour and 5 minutes in, and Valtteri, I think, just has done an out and back in to check the car's okay. Seems to be running fine, and into a short run and back in again on the C3s. It's important for Bottas because, as we said earlier, he needs to get some performance running in this car that could be pretty strong in the midfield, we think.
Definitely, it's great that Joe's had such a great experience in testing so far, but the team will also want some feedback on the performance elements from Valtteri as well, given all of his experience. Still quite a long way to go. We've just got over 3 hours of the session to go, so still plenty of time, and it'll be more representative as the clock ticks down. So yeah, great work from Alfa Romeo there to get him out without losing really that much time.
Tell you who's having a better day, Mercedes. Lewis back into another high fuel run here, Hamilton. Second high fuel run of the day so far. Pace-wise, we still don't quite know where they're at. Still question marks, can they be on toes with Ferrari and Red Bull? But 83 laps for George Russell this morning, running through some more performance running. And Hamilton getting some race running in. Hydraulics issue for them yesterday. So good for Mercedes that they can get a better understanding of this car.
Okay, let's go downstairs to the paddock where Will Buxton is speaking to Oscar Piastri.
I am indeed. Oscar, testing is over. How would you sum it all up?
Yeah, it's been a good week of learning, I would say. Obviously, my first proper running in the new car for McLaren, the MCL60. Also, my first proper running in a new generation of F1 car as well. So I've certainly learnt a lot over the last 3 days. We've had a couple of little hiccups here and there, but I think that's to be expected in testing. So I think on the whole it's been positive. I think there's still a lot of learning to do, as to be expected, but I feel like we're making good progress.
I know the team were downplaying expectations even at the launch. Has this test reached those expectations, or has it come in underneath even those expectations?
I think we're about where we expected to be, I would say. I think we're probably somewhere in the mix of the midfield is my best guess at the moment. Of course, we don't know exactly where everyone's at in terms of fuel and engine modes and stuff like that. So we'll find out on Saturday next week where everyone really is. But I think we're about where we expected.
As a rookie, how tough is it having just these 3 days and such limited sessions to not just get to grips with the car, but push your understanding of what it's going to take to progress through your very first Formula One weekend?
Yeah, it's certainly tricky. I think, especially in a place like Bahrain, splitting the days half and half, or no matter how you arrange it, with the 2 AM sessions, it's very hot. So pretty much no matter what you do with the car, it's always going to feel bad. I think that's up and down the grid. So yeah, it's been challenging. So of course, some more test days would be nice, but we don't have any more. So I think there's still definitely a fair bit of learning to do going to the season. But I think this week's been helpful to get up to speed as much as we can.
Some comments in the press that this car was frozen around launch time and a new direction taken in terms of where the developmental path will go. With that in mind, with the package that you have, what is the expectation? What have the debriefs been like with Lando in terms of where the team believes it can get itself, or is there not much sort of expectation over these early races?
I think it's a bit difficult to say still, because we obviously don't 100% know where we are relative to others. I think, like I was saying, we're about where we expected to be. We've obviously got some things in the pipeline that will hopefully be coming soon. So hopefully that's a good step for us. But yeah, I think our targets are probably from the launch are about where we've ended up.
You have the vagaries of Formula One testing down to a T. So I want to ask you something you probably can answer with sort of some excitement. Getting back into a race car after a year on the sidelines, how much are you looking forward to getting back to doing what you do best?
Yeah, it's super exciting for me. Obviously, last year was not the ideal year as a racing driver, but obviously coming to this year knowing I'll be going racing again, it's been a massive motivation boost, I would say, and yeah, just giving me something to focus on. I've been gelling really well with everyone at McLaren so far, so I'm feeling very comfortable in the team. But yeah, I just can't wait to get racing again next week. It's been a while, so I'm sure there'll be a few nerves on race day, but I'm super excited for it.
Lovely stuff. Thanks so much, Oscar. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Oscar. Oscar Piastri ahead of his Formula One debut and looking forward to it. As he points out, he's had to sit on the sidelines for a year. The 21-year-old from Melbourne, born after Fernando Alonso made his Formula One debut for Minardi in the same city. And as if by magic, here is the two-time world champion right on cue. Currently 7th fastest. His best time of the day so far is a 1:33.125. Piastri, if you've heard the name but you're unsure of the racing record, it is formidable for the Junior Series. The winner of the Formula Renault Euro Cup in second season. Winner
oui, mais je vais pas le dire ici, pour des raisons évidentes. C'est bien que c'est interdit de partager des liens de streaming, donc je vais pas te le donner. Tu te doutes bien. Cherche sur Google, c'est facile, c'est trouvable facilement. Du coup.
You could tell he was winding it up for a fast lap, the way he was ending that outlap. A few late weaves, make sure he got the front tyre temperature, and then launch it full gas out of the final corner. A little squirm from the rear tyre. Make sure you carry that speed into this flyer. C3 tyre for Fernando halfway round. Looks fairly hooked up. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does in this car later on. Felipe Drugovich had a C5 earlier on. I'd like to see what Fernando can do. He's had a good amount of track time and the car looked hooked up. C3 tyres got slightly wide on the exit there, but still managed to squeeze on the throttle up through turn 12. Not so much bottoming.
Est-ce qu'ils vont tenter quelques tours qualif? Bah écoute, j'espère. Parce que là, bon, c'est bien beau de faire des simu-courses, mais il faudrait peut-être à la fin s'attaquer un peu aux simu-qualif, quoi. Ou alors ils attendent vraiment les essais Libre 3, ou je sais pas, ou la fin des deux. Mais bon, je trouve ça un peu dommage qu'il n'y ait pas grand monde qui fasse des tours qualif. Ouais, c'est un peu dommage. J'espère qu'ils vont se bouger un peu là.
Yeah, just listening to
Donc,
Oscar
on va voir ça, hein.
Piastri
De toute façon,
talking
ça
about
fait
what's going
il
on
reste
with
3 heures.
McLaren. Well, I'm down here to take a look at the car, and you can see here the technical boss of
Alors pour ceux qui sont là d'ailleurs, je vais commencer Drive to Survive à 18h et pas 19h. Parce que j'arrive de finir plus tôt, hier on a fini un peu tard, donc voilà. J'ai commencé plus tôt, 1 heure plus tôt. Je couperai une demi-heure le stream du coup et je remettrai sur Twitch exclusivement. On va regarder les épisodes de 6 à 10 du coup, la saison 5. Hein. À partir de 18h. Puis on en aura fini avec cette série.
On the McLaren, and it does look like this issue is actually spreading around the front. So this large section that they've just taken off that looks like a tin you might put a cake in is called the cake tin, and that is part of the brake cooling package. And there's a lot of work going on small carbon fibre parts around this section of the car, and that's something that McLaren have struggled with in the past. This test, well, last year they had a problem with the brake cooling package, so it does look like the repairs are ongoing. If you look at the left front corner, you can see them still trying to repair that front corner. So perhaps they're going to try and get back out on track today, but it's looking like an awful lot of work going on that front brake setup. I was going to try and grab a word with James Key, but he didn't look like he was in the most talkative mood. He did look rather upset about the current situation. So back to you upstairs.
Thank you very much, Sam Collins. Probably don't try that interview at this exact moment. Sainz continuing on his way. Let's just check in with this.
So C3 for Sainz as well. Same time on track as Alonso, who's just pumped in that lap to go 5th. That's a good lap from Fernando in the Aston Martin. Everyone's been quite impressed with that car. That's on a C3. The track is starting to get better now. The temperature's just dropping, 27 degrees air temperature. It was 30 degrees at the start of the hour, so it's coming to the drivers. And so that's why we're starting to get towards a little bit more performance running. Sainz opens the DRS and now heads down towards 11, 12 and 13. Left and then up the hill. We'll start with the left.
Salut Flo.
It up with the curb. Pushing a little bit of
Alors je
understeer,
répète
getting
pour
on
toi
that
qui
curb
viens
as well
d'arriver,
on
je
the
vais
exit
commencer Drive to Survive, enfin je vais finir Drive to Survive à partir de 18h et pas 19h aujourd'hui. On va commencer 1 heure plus tôt. Il nous reste donc 5 épisodes à faire.
It's going to be there or thereabouts. We don't know, of course, the engine modes, the
Et on
fuel
a fini
levels,
cette saison
but
5.
we know the conditions and the tyres, and they're the same.
Here comes the Spanish driver who last year became a Grand Prix winner thanks to that victory at Silverstone. Took him a couple of races to figure out the car. He was competitive from the Canadian Grand Prix onwards. That is his personal best of the day. Car 55 with a 1:32.441. That is his 19th lap.
Il y a de la Formule 1 à 15h, donc je vais regarder ça en parallèle des essais privés là. Je sais pas si l'équipe. J'ai vu que sur le programme télé l'équipe diffusait pas, mais peut-être que sur leur site ils diffusent. Il faut que je regarde. J'ai pas vu ça, mais je regarde tout à l'heure avant que ça commence. Ouais, pour l'instant Aston Martin ça roule fort.
The engineers around him,
ça roule fort.
understanding the 2022 spec Ferrari that he'd been given after that huge regulation change. He's definitely a more comfortable, going back to the vibe scenario, he's definitely a more comfortable driver heading into this season.
Salut Cliff, j'espère que le week-end prochain Mercedes me laissera bouger. Ouais, dans le bon sens du terme du coup.
He can start this season on the front foot and not lose those big points in those big races.
Non, il n'y a pas que Max, tu vois qu'il n'y a que 17 pilotes, donc attends, il y a qui roule pas? Il y a Verstappen donc, il y a Magnussen, ah non il est là. Qui c'est qui manque alors? Ah bah il y a Bottas, non il roule, c'est Zhou qui roule pas, Max, et il y en a un troisième.
The lap I want to see is coming up right about now. We're going to turn the clock back a couple of years. We're going to
Eh
go on
ben,
board
c'est le sergent,
Mr. Palmer.
le deuxième pilote Williams, ouais.
And this
c'est
is
ça.
back in
Sargent ne roule
2017.
pas,
The main man is going to
donc
talk us round.
Joe non
Super
plus,
soft
et Max.
on board the Renault.
Sont
Palmer at the
trois
wheel.
Oh, what's happened here? The tone has changed.
A little bit of a lock-up. He might be unsighted heading into the first corner. Still gets very close to that apex. Good stuff from Palmer. Squeeze on the throttle. Second gear, short shift third. Nibble of a bit of curb. A car ahead. This could be distracting. Honestly, a bit of dirty air. Oh, it's going to be... Oh, it's terrible. Who is that car? You can see Palmer fighting at the wheel.
Non, justement, ils étaient en rouge, un gomme rouge tous les deux, mais sauf que Russell il avait le composé C5 et Leclerc le C4. Le C4 étant un poil moins rapide que le C5 normalement. Bon après ça se joue pas, c'est pas non plus 5 dixièmes d'écart entre les deux pneus, mais ça reste deux gommes rouges, donc je sais pas, l'écart doit être un dixième et demi entre les deux pneus. Ça doit être un truc comme ça. Bon, le Govic s'en sort pas trop mal pour l'instant. Oui, c'est vrai que fait plutôt le job. Après, quel est le vrai niveau de Aston Martin est-ce que... On va voir les temps d'Alonso, hein, de toute façon. C'est intéressant de voir. Mais c'est vrai que bon. C'est pas trop mal. C4 est explosif. Oh là là, le jeu de mots. C'est vrai, alors pour ceux qui n'ont pas compris, hein, le C4 est une... comment on pourrait dire, un explosif utilisé dans l'armée, quoi. Du coup.
Oh, and it all goes to pot in the final corner. Snappy on the gas. Little correction. Lost a bit of time. He won't be happy with that.
Fantastic stuff. Jolyon Palmer talking us through. You mentioned the word snappy, that penultimate corner. Talking of snappy, pretty snappy dresser when you were at the Renault team. There you go. There we go. Yeah, yeah, right. We're going to make it the big box. Look at that. Yeah. That's Monaco, isn't it?
That is a look, Jolyon.
This is me, guys. I've never watched Star Wars, but this is me.
You're selling it nicely there. Have you watched Star Wars since?
No. We normally have this debate every time because Will can still not get his head around the fact that I've not watched Star Wars. But
so they said, "Oh, we've got this really cool thing," and you're like, "Cool. What is this?"
Well, I quite like it. Look, it's the orange. It pops, and I'm going to roll with it. But that's me in 2017. What were you like in 2017?
I knew I was going to get stitched up.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
2015. Throwback.
I knew as soon as there was chat about. This was.
Look at that.
Ouais, Bottas a une panne moteur, effectivement. Il a provoqué un flag. D'ailleurs, il est toujours pas reparti là. Donc, à mon avis, ça va être compliqué pour cet après-midi.
Je
pense que Bottas, il va pas rouler beaucoup cet après-midi. J'ai l'impression qu'Alpine c'est un peu survendu. Je sais pas, ils ont l'air de dire qu'ils ont l'air pas mal, donc on va attendre de voir. Peut-être qu'ils cachent leur jeu aussi. Hein. Ça bluffe peut-être du côté d'Alpine. Hein.
With that section, you've lost it. Only Lawrence would be getting kind. Yeah, only Lawrence.
What was Lawrence like in 2017? You've aged like a fine wine.
That is kind of you to lie. I'll take that all day. Oh, you know, it's the final day of testing. I knew as soon as we had outfit chat for Jolyon, I was going to get thrown under there as well. Let's make it vaguely about Formula One. Massive differences from the cars that we see on track now compared to the one that you were driving in 2017.
Yeah, you can notice the difference in some of the lower speed corners as well. Coming in through 9 and 10, I was surprised actually how much speed I was able to carry compared to some of these ones. The weight, of course, in 2017 was a considerable amount less. No halo, which the eagle-eye observer would have.
Il y a Vettel apparemment qui se serait porté volontaire, d'après ce que j'ai vu. Je sais pas si c'est fiable, mais moi je dis oui. Hein. Vettel, Alonso, on les verrait dans rivaux, dans équipiers et surtout rivaux dans la même voiture. Franchement, ce serait pas mal à voir. Bon, Alonso aurait l'avantage, hein, puisque forcément il a fait 2 jours d'essai privé en plus par rapport à Vettel, mais bon. Je pense que Vettel pourrait se réhabituer assez vite. Ouais, alors Stoffel, ça me ferait moins. Voilà. Ce serait un peu moins vendeur. J'aime bien Van Dorn, mais bon. Moyen quand même, le pilote, je trouve qu'il est bien là où il est en Formule 1. Quoi. Je le trouve assez bof hein, comme pilote, honnêtement, Van Dorn. Il est pas mauvais, hein, je dis pas ça, mais je sais pas, il me fait pas rêver quoi. Manque de charisme, Stoffel.
We've been on air a while. That photo of me has got quite a lot of WhatsApp attention immediately. Never mind, never mind.
Ouais, l'arrière est un peu plus stable, effectivement.
2017 cars. These cars looked fantastic last year. Certainly improving. We were talking about it earlier on. Races like Silverstone, races like
je pense qu'il faut regarder les temps du team autorisé Mercedes pour connaître les performances. Ouais, honnêtement, ça veut rien dire. Même si tu regardes les VMAX, il y a tellement de facteurs qui rentrent en jeu au final. La quantité d'appui aérodynamique, la traînée de la voiture, c'est compliqué de juger, quoi.
It was basically just a simple fix of keeping consistent downforce. It wasn't your peak downforce option. Slowly morphed to the 2020.
Bah, il avait été écrasé par Alonso, mais en même temps, chez McLaren à l'époque, privilégié Alonso en P1, c'est sûr. Ça lui plaisait pas avant. Mais bon, apparemment, il a oublié cette époque. Il ne serait pas contre faire un nouveau équipe avec Fernando.
An evolution from last year. There you go, almost the left-hand tires into the gravel. And we'll have this.
À l'époque du GP2, ouais, tu remontes un peu loin. Hein, je t'avoue que je sais plus moi.
Just be tweaks here and there, and the performance will get quicker and quicker.
Je n'ai pas appris par cœur la carrière de Van Dorn. Hein.
Crofty and Rachel to take you to the end of proceedings for Formula 1 testing.
Il faut regarder ses stats hein, sur Wikipédia pour te faire une idée. Aston c'est pas mal, ouais.
So they're continuing on their way. Big practice vibes now, with the sun getting ever lower, with the long runs being completed. We're nearly there. Not quite the revolution of 2022, but we are expecting a change in the order. We are expecting Aston Martin to be fighting to the front of the midfield. We still expect Red Bull to be the team to beat. Question about who's going to be in second. Question about if Ferrari.
Il me semblait que Van Dorn avait été remplaçant d'Alonso après son gros crash à Melbourne.
Is that the case? Charles Leclerc looked downbeat earlier on. Trevor not offering much of an opinion to Laura
Attends, tu me mets le doute là. Une chose est sûre, ils ont été équipiers chez McLaren après. C'était quand son crash à Melbourne à lui là 2018
Felipe Dragovic as well, taking his opportunity. Looks like a car that should be scoring points.
Just while we're watching Kevin Magnussen out there, I think it's worth, we were talking about Aston Martin looking good. I think Haas have really made
Australie 2018, Alonso avait fini 5ème. Donc ça n'a pas l'air d'être ça du coup.
2018 for their last real good year, and I think there's a feeling among the team, talking to good this morning, that they could really make a step forward this year. They've got a very settled technical team. We were here in Semena Resta with Laura Winter earlier today.
Oh non, 2019 il était déjà plus là. Suis-je bête? C'est 2017 alors. Ouais, c'est ça. 2017. McLaren Honda. Bah à l'époque ils étaient équipiers du coup, Flo. Van Dorn et Alonso en 2017 ils étaient équipiers.
If they can be bringing consistent upgrades across the year, that gives them a better chance to kind of stay in the fight and build something out in their championship.
Donc il y a
wide Hamilton gets coming into turn 8. As we
Alonso en 2018, donc il a fini 5ème à Melbourne. Et ils étaient encore équipés avec Van Dorn. Il a fini 9ème, Stoffel.
Than we've had with the competitive runners of the afternoon, which is Alonso and Sainz. This is a more competitive run from Hamilton, lower fuel now, but not particularly quick with the mistake there. But he does just that. If we stay on board with him on a well, he'll probably back off after this lap and then go again. But coming into turn 8, his line is he's the only driver I see going almost 4 wheels to the outside of the track to try and open it up. It's quite something.
Ah oui, il avait aussi abandonné en 2016, effectivement.
And he's way deep into the final corner, missed the apex.
Bah, il était 2016, il était avec Button chez McLaren.
Hamilton on this lap, not working particularly well. It's just his first flyer on a lower fuel though, so he can try and dial it in a little bit. Sometimes it's quite hard when you've had high fuel.
Ah oui, d'accord, ouais. Bahrein 2016, Van Dorn disait, ok.
Change tyre compound and you're expected to just go and find the limit straight away. If anyone can do it, a 7-time world champion with oodles of experience can do it.
Et après il avait repris le baquet. Et puis du coup ils ont signé Van Dorn en titulaire après. En 2017. Je me rappelle plus qui l'avait remplacé Alonso. Pour le coup. En 2016 d'ailleurs c'était pour Mercedes, mais quel pilote? La question, à ton avis, si tu me connais tu devrais savoir quand même. Je pense qu'on va pas jouer la victoire maintenant. Ça je sais pas. J'ai toujours été pour Hamilton, hein, Flo, depuis ses débuts, hein, donc au bout d'un moment, j'allais pas être pour Rosberg, hein, évident. Évident quoi. Moi les gars, je suis pas opportuniste, hein, je soutiens pas Hamilton depuis 2014, hein. Croyez pas ça, hein. Je le suis depuis 2007, le petit gars là. Ah oui. J'ai l'impression qu'il y en a qui croient que je soutiens Hamilton depuis qu'il gagne en fait. Bah non. Je n'ai pas 20 ans moi, j'en ai 33. Oui. Bah oui, c'est ça. J'étais pour McLaren à l'époque. Et je les soutiens toujours McLaren, même si bon, j'ai déjà dit que Zach Brown il me saoule un peu. C'est vrai que lui, s'il pouvait dégager, c'est pas mal. Ouais, c'est pour ça, au final, ouais. Toi, t'arrives avec Max, parce qu'il gagne. Ah ouais, moi, je suis plus vieux que toi, mec. Hein. Je suis la F1 depuis les années 2000, donc bon. Oui, ça ne rajeunit pas, hein. Et encore, je suis pas le plus vieux, hein, parce que dans le chat, il est encore plus vieux que moi.
Hockenberg alongside Magnussen at the start of last year when Kev was finishing 5th in Bahrain. Imagine Hockenberg 6th for a team that didn't score huge points thereafter.
Perez P3, tiens. Perez, il se montre discret quand même. Je pense qu'il a des réels problèmes, hein, Perez encore. D'adaptation avec cette voiture. Étonnant.
Completed a lap.
Non, pas trop,
there was the same tyres, still similar time, in fact slightly better conditions as the temperature continues to drop, 26.5 degrees, so another half a degree less than it was when Alonso and Sainz were out on the C3s. And Ocon's a second down on Alonso, 8 tenths down on
mon premier souvenir, tu poses des questions vraiment...
the fuel and the engine modes.
Je me souviens du moment douloureux avec Hakkinen en Espagne en 2001, au moment où il perd la tête du Grand Prix sur une panne mécanique, au dernier tour, au profit de Michael Schumacher. J'étais dégoûté quoi. Écœuré. Surtout qu'il connaissait une saison difficile avant l'Espagne déjà, donc là il pouvait gagner, ça allait le relancer dans sa saison, bah non. L'abandon au dernier tour. Quelle horreur, franchement, le pauvre quoi.
one of the teams that he didn't really have an idea or a feel for where they slot in, and that was the general perspective from the people that he spoke to, and it's been the same for me and same by the sounds of it for you.
Well, don't you think, if I didn't know everything that they were saying, I would just say they're pretty middling, maybe sort of behind your Alfa Romeos, maybe similar to McLaren.
Bon après je pense qu'il a beaucoup d'essence sur Hamilton, il a une 35,
they've got better reliability than the McLaren.
Il doit être sur un long run encore.
If we didn't know that they were so confident, or that their outward appearance is so positive, then, you know, we haven't seen much.
Ah tiens, Bottas c'est
good
reparti.
performance from them yet. It's testing. They can hide good
Ils auraient
performance
pas le
very easily.
moteur.
Maybe they're doing that. So that's the caveat.
Ils sont vite hein, quand même,
If you
putain.
just take it on face value right now, I'd be mildly concerned for them.
When Pierre was talking in the press conference earlier, he was still talking about, you know, their
Bon après, Kylian il a quand même 2
to
titres.
push
Bon,
towards the top three
c'est
and
vrai qu'à ce
close
moment-là
that,
c'est
you know,
terrible.
that gap of 340 odd points that they had last year and pull away from the midfield. He
Terrible,
said something
terrible.
along the lines of, you know, we're not going to be looking back, we want to be looking forward. And there was nothing really that he's seen so far to think that they won't be at least at the head of the midfield moving forward. But you're right in the sense that they're not showing it. But I guess it's testing, right? And they don't have to show anything.
No, exactly, and that's where
Le casque de Bottas c'est dégueulasse.
for them, because they're buoyant and the
C'est marrant hein, pour la blague.
reason
Mais
for it. With other people,
il va pas
Red
mettre
Bull
ça
seem
pour
very
les courses
confident, and
normales.
we can
Hein.
all see
Ça
why.
c'est juste pour les essais privés je pense.
McLaren seem a
Enfin
bit
j'espère.
pessimistic.
On
We
va
can
pas
all
faire
see
ça. On va pas
why.
le garder
Other
quand même.
teams are
putain,
up
le
and
casque.
down, but they're sort of in line with what we're
C'est terrible.
seeing. Whereas Alpine, their mood seems a lot better than what they're showing on track. So maybe they are just holding an awful lot back. It was interesting as well. Pierre was asked in the drivers' press conference earlier on about the bold targets to be closer to the top three than fifth place, which was what was set out in their launch. And he did then mention the other midfield teams that are also pretty quick that they need to be ahead of, and Aston Martin was mentioned, and amongst a couple of other teams. So they're clearly not thinking that they're in this fight or getting closer to the top three easily, that there are still midfield teams to be beating. And Aston Martin certainly looked like one of them at the moment. Wasn't sure if Hamilton there was catching out. Was it Magnussen coming through behind?
It was just another moment. Lewis just had another moment, lost the rear end, just backed out of it completely. He doesn't look happy out there, does he? He just doesn't look like he's enjoying much driving that Mercedes at the moment.
No. No. He's a man who wasn't particularly happy in the press conference either, Charles Leclerc.
As I watch his line here coming in, look how far off the track he goes on the left-hand side, and then gets a huge snap of oversteer as he's trying to get on the throttle. I don't think that's because he's going so far wide into that corner. It's all settled on the way in still. It's just the car snapping into oversteer.
There you go.
Bit of frustration at the wheel. And then there was, I think he was maybe waving to a car behind him. Might have been Bottas in the Alfa Romeo, who then wasn't sure to go left or right of him as Hamilton slowed down there. He's on the C2 tyre though, so when Russell was quick early on, he had the C5, the softest.
J'ai pas eu besoin de Netflix pour me donner un avis sur Max.
And the performance started to look better, but soft tyres can mask inherent issues. Hard tyres can exacerbate.
L'avis que je me suis fait sur Max, je me le suis fait en 2021 surtout. En 2020, avant, ils n'étaient pas aux prises avec Hamilton et il n'y avait pas d'accrochage ni rien. Donc, je m'en foutais un peu, pour être honnête. Voilà. Mais 2021, ça a été le déclencheur, clairement.
Okay, we're just building up with Carlos Sainz. Looks like he's
Imagine Lewis à se bloquer à cette
building
titre.
up
Bah,
for
ça serait
a
con.
push lap.
Ça serait con, mais bon, après 17 c'est déjà bien. Hein.
Yes.
C'est déjà pas mal.
Push lap time.
Here we go.
It's alright, I'll do it until across the line and then Jolie can talk us round. On board. Sun ever lower
Il
in
y en a
the
beaucoup
sky.
qui aimeraient avoir ce titre, hein, crois-moi.
Tyres bolted on to go for times rather than the long run pace that we've seen from so many in the field. And he is building up. A guy who did work out very close to Charles Leclerc once he worked out that car. He's such
Ouais,
an
semble
adaptable
fiable.
driver.
Par la petite alerte fuite vue hier, mais pour ça,
McLaren
ça va.
style did to Daniel Ricciardo. He worked that out when he was there. He worked the Ferrari out within 8 races. Hugely adaptable man behind the wheel. Now going for a fast time around the 3.3 miles of Bahrein International.
Yeah, he was very tentative on the outlap, particularly in the high speed, not wanting to hurt the rear C4 tyres that he's got on. So this is the tyre that Leclerc is currently top of the times with, his teammate this morning. Let's see what Sainz can do. His C3 run should have been a little bit of prep for this, and now
C'était horrible,
maybe
ça.
drop out a bit of fuel and maybe turn up the wick a little bit more, put on the softer tyres. The
À
performance
mon avis, il va pas rester devant. Hein.
a little bit better, certainly on the rear axle.
Alonso, Fernando à la fin, il va faire un petit chrono vite fait. Pour dire ouais je suis devant lui, surtout qu'il fera moins chaud, donc dans 2 heures ce sera le bon moment pour faire un chrono rapide.
Double apex of 9 and 10. No lock up, little short shift for Carlos on the exit to make sure he can get the traction and run a little bit of curb on the exit to open up the corner. Maximises the track width into turn 11. Small, tiny corrections at the wheel, but not too bad there for Sainz through 11. Flat out through 12. Little scrape against the floor, and he's a 10.5 down on Leclerc. Now the track right now should be better than Leclerc had it earlier on. The temperature's cooling. It's cooling pretty quickly now. The sun's dropping, and the rubber of the track grip is just coming up and up. So the track should be better for Sainz. Comes out of the final corner, got a little more twitchy through the final sector. Leclerc is chatting and he's going to miss it as Sainz beats his final sector but doesn't beat his lap. Ferrari 1-2, but Leclerc still remains top of the times.
This is a Charles Leclerc speciality track. Winner here in Formula 2. Maiden pole position here, followed up with pole position last year and the victory for the opening Grand Prix of the year. There's the gap.
Sainz, ça fait 31-1 à l'instant.
Enfin,
l'instant, quelques temps.
Mais...
Du coup, il est à 1/10 de son équipier.
3 seconds found between the C3 and the C4 there for Sainz. Seems a lot for just a tyre compound difference. So I do wonder if they've dropped a bit of fuel for the C4 as well. Of course, the track conditions are getting quite a lot better in the half hour or so since he's done his C3 time.
So Sainz brings it back. We can head downstairs to the team that could be the talk of the paddock.
Non, il n'y a pas beaucoup apparemment.
On the cover they've got underneath them. Sam Collins is at Aston Martin.
Well, right now, Felipe Drugovich does have a car underneath him, but the car is on the high jacks with a problem at the rear end. There's a lot of work going on by the mechanics and a lot of concerned faces looking down at the back end of the car. And if you look down to the back of the garage, you can see some of the team management back there, including the face of Martin Whitmarsh, which some of you may recognise from being the team boss of McLaren from a few years ago, back in the Ron Dennis era. He's back in the paddock working in various roles. But if you have a look at the work of the Aston Martin mechanics, this is not a routine change, it's not a setup change. They've been banging away at something in the middle, I think in the rear suspension rather than the power unit, but it does look to be above the turbocharger. So I can't quite identify what it is they're working on, I can't quite see from where we're standing, but it's all not quite well for the Aston Martin team. So, as seems to be a little bit of story of testing 2023, unless you're Ferrari or Haas, your cars can be quick, cars you don't expect to be quick can be quick, but reliability does seem to be reliability issues and gremlins do seem to be creeping into quite a lot of these cars. I'll keep you updated as to what's going on down at Aston Martin, but for now it doesn't look great for them.
Thank you very much, Sam Collins. That's about the only bad news that they've had really for a couple of days. Still waiting on the status of Lance Stroll as Jolene opens the door to the commentary box at the exact moment when one of the V6s was roaring past. Turbocharged V6 is going past and it really does reverberate down because the grandstand's so tall here. You get a huge echo. Wonderful sound, wonderful sight as well under the lights. The floodlights are imminent. Valtteri Bottas, after his stoppage earlier, finding himself back on the circuit with a distinctive crash helmet. Now, earlier on, we were talking about how happy he is with the Alfa Romeo team. We have seen that with front-running drivers moving to a midfield team. Thinking of Kimi Raikkonen, did so with the same team, from Ferrari to Alfa, and also Felipe Massa, for example, when he went from Ferrari to Williams, and Williams capable of fighting for podiums, occasionally victories, but mainly podiums. Then the question becomes, then what? He's got the multi-year contract, he's happy with that, he's stabilised, but then does the experience in year 2 when you're in the midfield team change? And it's the pressure of not having to fight for pole positions and wins every week. Is it a difficult second season when you find yourself in that position?
I kind of feel like now that he's got that season under his belt, he's going to want to kick on quite significantly. He had that period at the start of the season where he scored most of his points, and then towards the end of the season the gap between him and Joe closed. I'm not sure whether that was because Joe really shut the gap on him or Valtteri dropped back, or a slight combination of both. But you know, Alfa Romeo brought him on for his experience, so I think that as long as he keeps driving that team forward, offering that feedback, getting big point scores when that car is capable of it, then I guess that will constitute a good year. I mean, I'm interested to know what that means for Valtteri long term, right? So he's got an extensive deal here. You've got Audi coming in 2026. I guess for him personally, he could be around for many more years to come, and he just wants to keep continuing building up, maybe to put himself into a position to make the most of that package.
They got Andreas Seidel there now with a view to building it up towards Audi in 2026. And Andreas will be trying to shape that team into a potential championship winner by the time.
Tu stresses pour Mercedes, t'as pas envie de revivre la déception de l'année dernière. J'espère qu'ils pourront vraiment trouver des solutions à cette 2014. Bah pareil, hein, j'espère aussi. Après voilà, s'ils ont raté la voiture encore, que faire à part subir, hein. De toute façon, voilà. Perso, j'ai pas d'action chez Mercedes F1, donc c'est pas très grave, hein. C'est la vie continue, mais bon. C'est vrai que j'espère qu'ils vont quand même réussir la voiture. On nous l'avait vendu l'Aston Martin, pour l'instant on est partiellement rassuré. Oui, ça a l'air d'être une bonne voiture. Si Tsunoda ne fait pas une bonne année, il va dégager. Je pense aussi, oui, clairement. C'est ce qu'il attend.
I think last year was probably, I know he had a tough season. It started very well, then a lot of poor reliability, and it petered out a bit. But he seemed so happy last year.
Yeah, that's
he seemed
true.
happier than at any time when he was at Mercedes. Now, of course, there's a difference between happy and successful, and the pressures were there when he was at Mercedes. So being out of the spotlight, I think, meant he could relax a little bit and enjoy the driving rather than being so fiercely focused on taking on one of, or maybe the greatest driver of all time. But he just seemed happy and relaxed, and so at one in that atmosphere. And I think year two, it'll be much the same. Try and help behind the scenes. You've got a young teammate who they get on well, and he can help out as well. And the long-term picture is Audi. But he's also just enjoying the present. That's my feeling on Valtteri. I don't feel like he's under much pressure.
No. It's just interesting to see whether he can hang around long enough to get the benefits of that Audi program. We'll be in his late 30s. But as long as Fernando Alonso keeps plugging away, giving hope to the rest of them out there. Esteban Ocon talking to his engineers down there. Ocon, where's Ocon's lap count? He's on 28, Esteban Ocon, running in this afternoon session, the last one they have before it gets serious.
What's the Mercedes on? C3s for Hamilton. So he didn't look good on those C2s.
No.
Very scrappy on the rear end, no traction. That's what you get generally with a harder tyre. You go softer, you pick up grip overall, but you particularly pick up grip on the rear axle. So the C3 should help him out, but he might have needed to find a little bit of balance with it as well. We have a better benchmark for what drivers have done on C3s. Look at Alonso in 6th, and we're looking at Ocon now in 10th. Sainz was in between the two, but closer to Alonso earlier on. Still, the caveats are there. We don't know the fuel, we don't know the engine modes, but we did watch those guys on their C3 tyres in this afternoon session, so we can see what Hamilton does in comparison. Gasly and Hülkenberg, you might see on the timing screens, but they were in this morning.
So Hamilton with his personal best, which you would expect, given the conditions, given the tyres. Very wide again, that entry into turn 8. Looking for greater traction than he had about 20 minutes ago when he went through that corner. Now down to turn 10. Changing direction, braking, going downhill. And now the back straight, not much to do. Foot to the floor, up through the gears. DRS open. About to swing it in to turn 11, climbing the hill now. We'll get a read for his second sector. He looks to post his best lap of the day and give us a clue to the performance of that Mercedes.
It's much more poised than it was on the C2, and this is going to be a good lap if he can complete it through the final sector. This is going to put him with Fernando Alonso's Aston Martin lap, I think, if he can maybe even a little bit ahead of it. I think he's 1/10 up on what Alonso had managed through 2 sectors, and Alonso was quicker than Sainz on the C3. For what it's worth, I know it's only testing.
Cross the line, 6th fastest time for Lewis Hamilton, a 1:32,
Ouais,
1:47.
le pit, le truc des stands de Haas, ouais, c'est assez impressionnant. C'est tout petit. On dirait que ouais, c'est un truc de nain, quoi.
As ever. Very direct communicator. How many times when we
Lewis Hamilton P6, il s'intercale devant Fernando Alonso. Incroyable rivalité. Ça se trouve, on va avoir une lutte régulière entre Hamilton et Alonso en plus sur la piste. Hein. Si la Mercedes n'est pas trop au niveau des premiers et que la Aston Martin talonne les Mercedes par exemple, et les Ferrari, pourquoi pas, parce que si les Ferrari, comme disent les rumeurs, sont nuls en course, enfin sont moins bonnes en course qu'en qualif, et on pourrait avoir des batailles entre Aston Martin, Mercedes et Ferrari en course, éventuellement. Ça pourrait être drôle. Et pendant ce temps-là, bah, Max il sera loin devant, en train de gagner toutes les courses. Ça va être passionnant cette saison encore. On va en bouffer du Verstappen encore cette année, je le sens. C'est quand même fou qu'ils n'arrivent pas à revenir sur Red Bull, putain, merde. Il y a des budgets capés, pourtant la réglementation est moins permissive qu'avant en plus, pour les petites évolutions par-ci par-là, donc ils devraient pouvoir revenir, putain. C'est dingue. Hein. Oui, alors Perez, hein, lui je le vois pas gagner des courses à la régulière. Faudra que Max ait un problème ou alors qu'il se passe des trucs comme à Monaco, quoi. Des petites magouilles vite fait comme ça là, pour qu'il gagne. Hein. Perez, clairement il gagnera pas la régulière hein, face à Max, hein. Impossible. Vous voyez que même là il a pas l'air à l'aise. Hein. Il a l'air d'avoir du mal. Hein. Il est jamais en haut de la feuille des temps. Hein. Enfin bon, il est 4ème, ça va, mais Max il est tout le temps premier quoi. Quand il roule. Donc bon, c'est pas un hasard. Hein. Je pense que Perez a du mal encore. Hein. Ah, il va rester derrière, c'est sûr.
Hamilton going for a slow tour of the circuit. Who's doing burnouts? Sergio Perez is doing burnouts down the pit lane.
C'est évident.
He leaves the garage once again. What have we got down there? Fantastic stuff. There have been spectators around the circuit. Paddock getting ever larger, getting occupied.
Is that an Alpha Tauri?
Looks like we're looking at a Lego Alpha Tauri.
Je pense encore une fois que les Ferrari feront illusion en qualif, mais en course ça va être compliqué.
Missed the new livery though.
Ça va être compliqué.
Yeah. That all-in sponsor.
Ils tiendront pas la distance.
That was signed by Franz Tost on Christmas Day.
Is that
decided yesterday?
Is that the best revelation that we've brought?
Peut-être à vrai dire face à Perez, ils arriveront un peu à faire quelque chose. Mais face à Verstappen, ce sera compliqué quoi.
We were saying on the way back from the circuit, can you imagine if Lawrence had just made it up and Will had wandered down to Franz Tost and gone, yeah, what about this? What about this working on Christmas Day? And he'd gone, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, bizarre, what a bizarre thing.
On va dire qu'il faut se préparer à ça pour pas être déçu. Peut-être qu'on se trompe, hein, qu'au final. Red Bull sera pas aussi dominateur qu'en 2022. C'est tout ce que je souhaite, mais bon, j'y crois pas trop.
Do you have a favorite scoop in your time as a journalist, Lawrence? A story you're particularly proud of?
Oh, that's a good question. You caught me on the hoop there.
That's all right. That's because I know Jonathan's going to do a similar thing with random questions in this final half hour. So I might as well start.
Favorite scoops? Mint choc chip.
Oh my word.
No, pistachio actually.
Oh, pistachio.
Producer Joe chiming in with her favourites.
Let's pique the tension now.
Rum and raisin for me.
Oh.
What about you, Alex?
I like a little bit of salted caramel. Salted caramel.
It's very new age, isn't it?
It is.
Salted caramel.
It is. I mean,
why was salted caramel not around in the last 20 years
in
ago?
ancient times? Didn't get a 70s summer Walls ice cream with salted caramel.
Flavours are actually fascinating, aren't they? Because back in the day, it used to very much be staples. Your chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, maybe go wild banana in your. I'm thinking more milkshakes here, but that's from the ice cream family. Now it's salted caramel, pistachio, rum and raisin. That's more of a staple as well, isn't it?
You're not going to want to hear what my wedding cake flavours are, Jamie, if you like standard ice cream.
C'est même pas sûr au final.
You've baited me, Lawrence.
Yeah, no, you've advertised this. First of all,
Par contre, en
congratulations.
vrai, s'ils mettent la version
part
B
of
de
the wedding
Mercedes
planning.
cette
It's
saison,
cake taster, that's the best part.
Oh, it is.
le temps qu'il évolue aussi
I ate
cette
like
voiture,
8 slices of cake in one go. Not in one go.
ça va être une catastrophe quoi. Enfin,
So I've got fourth tier's lemon drizzle with lemon curd in the middle.
Tier number 4. Right.
jamais ils pourront gagner à nouveau quoi. En
Tier
fait.
number 3.
Is vanilla with rose jam.
Ooh.
Oh, no, I'm not getting any
Healthy?
good I'm not getting any good reactions here. And tier 1 is red velvet.
Okay.
So no, I've not gone standard.
No.
Tier.
That is it's quite literally.
But the world's moved on, hasn't
smorgasbord.
it? The world's moved on from the standard. If you announce now that your favourite
Ça serait un aveu d'échec en plus.
chocolate, strawberry or vanilla,
Ça veut dire qu'ils ont perdu 1 an et demi pour rien.
you're a laughing stock in today's world.
That is a very intricate wedding cake you've got planned.
Et pour faire quoi?
When is
Pour
the
ramener
happy
quoi?
day?
Une voiture
North
copiée de la Red
July
Bull sûrement.
16th.
Lovely stuff.
So yeah.
Fortement inspirée de
Between, I think-
RB19.
Are you missing an event?
No, I've
Une RB19 noire.
It's quite hard. It's quite hard to plan a wedding with the Formula One calendar. It's fairly relentless.
It's one of the only 3 weekends in July, I think, that I'm going to squeeze it into, just before the Hungarian Grand Prix.
So you're going for a
Oula, Alonso il s'énerve
basically
là.
5
Premier
weeks
secteur
in a row
29-2.
of either at a race or the happiest day of your life.
5 successive
Yeah, that could be the
happy days.
Hungarian Grand Prix.
C'est bien qu'ils aient ajouté les mini-secteurs.
It's
là,
anything
sur
like
le
it was a
site.
couple of years ago. Forget the wedding. I want the Hungarian Grand Prix to come already.
Do not tell Sabrina that. No way.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks,
It's
Steve.
excellent news. Wedding planning. I was going to say wedding planning is arduous, but I have to be honest. For my wedding, I didn't do much of it. So, thank you, Victoria, for
You had a great time.
taking on the bulk of that whilst I shouted at cars going round in circles. Greatly appreciated.
C4
C'est ça.
tyres, guys. C4 tyres.
It was your fault. You got us on that tangent. Palmer with disdain in his voice for us yakking on, having taken us down the garden path. It's a purple sector though for Carlos Sainz. Now on the same compound as his teammate set the benchmark earlier on. Better track conditions. Talk us to the end of it, Jolyon.
He was having little play at the wheel with oversteer through the lower speed. Might have cost him
Et ben voilà,
action compared to
Alonso
his
devant
teammates'
Drogovic.
benchmark from earlier on still, but this is neck and neck.
32-0.
And Sainz was quicker than Leclerc already in the final sector.
Eh oui,
So
c'était
if he could
sûr,
hook this
c'était
last corner
sûr.
up, that was pretty nice through 13. Oh, a little bit of oversteer coming off the curb on the entry.
Et c'est pas
But
fini, je
nice
pense
and
qu'il va
neat
encore
still
améliorer.
throughout. C4 tyres staying into the end of the lap.
31,036 pour
Track's getting
Sainz,
better
qui
and
est juste
better,
à 12
but he
millièmes
doesn't do enough. Still Leclerc stays at the top of the
de
times.
Leclerc.
And whilst that was happening, Alonso
Très
improved
serré
as
hein,
well on a
chez
C3.
Ferrari.
So 1 second away from now the 2 Ferraris.
Il est en
Is,
quoi?
is Fernando Alonso, but
Il est
not
en
on the
C4
C4.
aussi.
The Ferrari
Je vois pas avec cette couleur de merde là.
on the edge of oversteer.
Franchement, comme je disais tout à l'heure, regardez, la couleur rouge, on voit que dalle en fait. On n'arrive pas à lire. C'est trop foncé par rapport au noir. Le jaune, ça va, on arrive à lire, mais ils auraient dû mettre un rouge plus clair. Je comprends pas pourquoi ils ont fait ça, quoi. Ils réfléchissent pas déjà, des fois, les mecs qui gèrent l'affichage télé, quoi. Ils peuvent pas juste mettre un rouge plus clair, en fait. Et nuance de rouge, je pense que ça existe quand même.
Expectation was at the start of the day that we'd have a Red Bull on top by the end.
Ou alors, faut du méga HD pour bien voir, quoi. C'est pas mon cas. Hein.
Times as we've seen.
Maybe more confidence from Red Bull.
Yeah.
Oh là là.
We've got a long time yet.
Yes, that is true.
The track's only going to get better.
I'm getting greedy with our remaining section of 19 minutes before we hand over commentary.
Yeah, we want to see everyone go for the soft
Yeah.
tyres now and then go race runs to the end of the day.
It would be terrific, but it's not the way round that it's going to be. If you've been with us all the way through, since the very start of day one, special shout out to you as Alonso comes back into the pits, having improved his time, 1:32.0. It's only his 13th lap, so changes being made there. We look down from the commentary boxes at the grandstand to the assembled Aston Martin pit crew. You can see spectators in the grandstand, constantly filling up. And they will wheel the two-time champion back into the garage. We move on next to our pundit from yesterday, Alexander Albon, on the headset yesterday, in fine mood. Now the team leader.
Very confident, isn't he? Very confident in himself and his position.
Yes.
I think Alex Albon is only a few years ago now.
Ouais, ça c'est sûr. C'était des C5 et Leclerc de C4.
2020, 2019 and 2020. He was in the Red Bull, and he had the weight of the world on his shoulders through 2020 particularly, and it just seems like that pressure's been gone since he's come back to Williams last year, having had a year on the sidelines, of course. Leading the team with Logan Sargent, the rookie, alongside him, and he just seems very relaxed and chipper. The Williams car looks like it's another, at least a small step forwards.
I think that year at Red Bull when he was a reserve driver really helped him. I think he kind of took the pressure off. He sat back and kind of followed a little bit about what Max was doing, spent a lot of time in the simulator, played a really key role in that work that he does back at the factory over a Friday night for race weekend, built his confidence back up. Red Bull very supportive of trying to help him find a drive elsewhere, and then he's gone to Williams and kind of just reminded himself, if anything, that he can compete and has still got the talent to do that, and pulled out a number of great drives last year. That drive in Australia where he pitted on the penultimate lap, having done the whole race on one set of tyres, and got a point.
I still don't know how he did that. I remember looking at the timing page and go, well, fair effort, but he's going to fall just short.
I tell you what, it was great from Albon to keep. He was on the hard tyres, wasn't he, for the duration of the race, and it was great from him to keep those tyres going and have the pace to do it. It was a brilliant call from the pit wall, though, to think outside the box in that way and pit right at the end, and it was neck and neck, wasn't it? I think it was Jour that was trying to beat him for that final point, and it was just team and driver in perfect harmony to achieve what was a maximum possible result for Williams on the day.
And Alex did that so many times last year, didn't he? Trying to get the maximum result on the days where he had a real
Je pense pas que ce soit le poids le problème pour le coup.
And yet, the grand irony of all of it
Il faut la
is
mettre en full carbone,
the
cette
best
voiture.
opportunity for him. He then has the cruel luck of his appendix. He doesn't get to take part in the Italian Grand Prix that he had been so looking forward to as the chance potentially for his best result of the year.
Esteban Ocon lining another one up in the Alpine. So we've been talking about Alpine and we've been wondering if they're going to show us anything. Let's see if it happens right now. Ocon on the C3s. Quite a popular tyre at this time. Nice and neat coming through turn 2. Again with the track grip coming up, that exit through 2 becomes a little bit easier. Such a crucial one because it leads on the long straight in the DRS to 4. It's a long way down through the first sector though, 6/10. That's down on the Aston Martin time, down on Hamilton's Mercedes. And he was winding this up like a proper, the way that he was driving the outlap was very much like this is a performance run with a bit of weaving late in the outlap, a very slow outlap to make sure the tyres are in good condition, but a bit of late weaving to warm the fronts and then launch into this lap in the same vein as Alonso. Of course, it doesn't mean that they're on the same fuel or the same engine modes, but it means that he's giving it a go, but he's a load of pace down in the middle sector. The car looks really stiff, the Alpine. It looks like it's just very twitchy and particularly nervous on the curbs and around there. Doesn't look slightly trickier to drive as a result of it. Maybe a good peak downforce setup.
I think he had a big moment. I think the camera was zooming out. I think he had a big moment coming down the hill into 8, which was where all the time ebbed away, I believe. Let's have another look. We're going to go on board with him. Not that much when you go on board.
Yeah, he had a small one coming off the curb on 7. He actually did very well to scoop it up and get into the apex of 8. So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he did. Just again, that's maybe the stiffness of the car. Maybe they're running it very low, but it was off that curb, but it's just bouncing, and then had a little spit as he was trying to pull it back to the left to prepare the right-hander, and yeah, save the oversteer, slow the car down, and not lock up, keep the lap.
Well, we've seen the Alpine on track a moment ago, and Sam Collins has been speaking to Alpine's technical director, Matt Harmon.
Come down to the Alpine garage, number 12 and brilliantly named Garage 12A, to have a chat with Matt Harmon, one of the people who's, well, one of the key people responsible for creating this new A523 Formula One car. Matt, when you started work on this car based on last year's regulations, where did you start? What was the concept you were going for?
Yeah, it's an interesting
J'ai
question.
oublié
We
le
actually
début.
started the car in November of 2021.
Ah,
So we
fichier.
started this car before we'd actually raced or even fully built the A522. So, you know, it was more about
Ils
making sure that
diffusaient
we'd
pas du tout
understand
quoi
some of
sur
the
l'équipe,
longer lead time
même pas sur leur
opportunities
site.
that we may have missed or we could have re-optimised. So that's where we started. And it was also really trying to understand where we were in the tunnel at that time and where our dynamic concepts had gone, and whether we still had enough potential in them to push them forward into this car. So yeah, that's pretty much where we started.
And did you have enough potential in those concepts to push them forward?
At that point in time we did, and I think that pretty much showed out during our development pace on the A522. And that's continued through the winter season on this car, and yeah, we're just opening up more and more potential. And some of the areas that we've worked on, the rear suspension and the front ring and around some of the areas of the floor, have really opened up some interesting avenues for us.
We saw last year at a number of circuits that the
Bon,
A522 was extremely quick in a straight line, only really regularly beaten by the Honda engine cars. Now that says to me you either got no downforce and no drag, or an awful lot of power, or a combination of both. Where were you, and where's this car in comparison to that?
It's a combination of both. It's definitely a combination of both. It's something that we
Ah, de la
we
pub,
optimise and we look at
sérieusement.
quite carefully for each circuit.
Je
You
mets
know,
le stream ici de
we've got
pub.
some tools on the car that allow us to manage that circuit by circuit.
And why over
That's part of our
10,000
upgrade
local
program.
steel dealers are
But
putting
yeah,
battery
we'll continue to
power
do that.
in the
But, you
hands of
know, I would like to say that the power unit
Not
took a very,
everyone
very good
can
step
say
for the
that.
RE22, and I think
we
the people
can.
at Puri, they should be very proud of that step, because we needed that. And I think
America.
now we're getting used to
Real
applying it,
steel.
and coupled with
Find
the car,
yours.
you know, I think we'll continue to improve.
Now, just one last thing, looking over this car, as we're seeing it in the garage behind us at the moment, there's one thing on this car that you are super proud of that the team has created. What's that one thing on the car?
Unlimited for $25
I think for me,
a line,
actually,
guaranteed for
I would
3
say
years
that it's the
with
weight of the
Verizon.
car at the moment. You know, I think that was a massive undertaking for us. You know, we know up and down the grid that weight has been a challenge for everybody, or most people. You know, we've been able to make some great decisions on the car, which have enabled us to improve the performance at a lower weight. And I think that's a massive testament to the team. But if I was to pick one particular area, you know, I think the rear of the car is, you know, we're searching for CLR, we're searching to rear load on the car, and I think we really have pushed performance in that area, and we've taken a courageous.
Je sais pas comment ils font les Américains pour supporter toute cette pub là quand même. C'est vraiment incroyable. Toutes les 10 minutes t'as une pub quoi. Qui dure ouais 2-3 minutes en plus chaque fois. Quel enfer. Quel beau pays quand même. Ah c'est bon, ça commence.
Oh, that's actually quite impressive because weight limit's changed and you've got the increase of weight 1 kilo on the power unit as well. So that is a big change on this car. Well, that's very impressive. Right, Matt, thank you very much, and hopefully the car runs well for the rest of this test, and we'll see how it gets on.
Has the drag. Gunter was the car when it showed the energies on the side that had the least amount of energy from everyone. So it does, you know.
On est au tour 11 sur 30. Il y a encore de la marge.
Does have a bigger drag effect, and when you stay in the slipstream, you do save a bit more energy.
So this is at the moment the battle for second place. Fenestraz trying to pass Max Gunter. Cassidy is ahead, but Cassidy hasn't used his attack mode yet.
Vergne 5ème. Vandorn 9.
He is out in front. At the moment, he's fifth in the
Et
championship.
les Porsche pas très bien placés pour
So
le
you've
coup.
got movement within the window.
We've got movement in the window.
Oh, that's actually quite impressive. It's weight limit's changed.
Ouh,
You've actually increased the
Verlaine,
weight
ouais.
1 kilo on the power unit as well. So that is a big change on this car. Well, that's very impressive. Right, Matt, thank you very much, and hopefully the car runs well for the rest of this test, and we'll see how it gets on next weekend.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Sam Collins speaking to Matt Harmon earlier on. And good to hear the thoughts. Very proud of the weight situation. Not all teams at that point. But Alpine are. Helps you with placement of the ballast. Help the handling of the car. George Russell no longer in debrief mode, but they're smiling down there at Mercedes. The mood seems light, certainly in comparison to what we saw at the end of yesterday.
Headset on, ready for another little bit of listening into a Lewis Hamilton fast lap. He's just left the pits on a new set of C3 tyres. Getting towards power hour at the end of testing. Everyone's starting to wind it up and unleash a little bit more of what they can do. We won't know the full picture, of course, until next Saturday, the famous cliche.
Yeah,
it's only testing.
But then that will happen and we'll have to wait until the next qualifying because a different track to just make sure it's right, and then wait until the next qualifying to make sure you've got 3 different tracks.
Look, we won't know the full picture until Abu Dhabi. Stay tuned the whole season, guys.
Seamless. Seamless. I think if you're watching Formula 1 testing, there's a fair old chance you're going to be with us throughout the entire season. Hamilton across the line, DRS open tells you that he will be pushing. Sparks flying from underneath the Mercedes, breaking down over the bumps of turn 1, where we've seen so many cars sail on by.
Et Hamilton qui pose devant Alonso.
And now climbing the hill.
Incroyable.
Pleased to see the cars climb the hill from turn 1. Wonderful sequence of corners. Allows passing
Cinquième.
and repassing, certainly with this.
C'est loin de Perez encore.
Car, saw that in the Grand Prix here last year, taking that wide and wider still line through turn number 4. It is a personal best in sector 1, 2.5 tenths of a second away from Leclerc's benchmark from earlier. Sainz very similar lap time set earlier on, but on a softer compounded tyres.
There's a big difference in the compliance of this car compared to the Alpine. The way that Hamilton can use the curbs on entry and exit is okay over the bumps as well. They've had their own issues, Mercedes, in terms of balance and trying to find a sweet spot in this car, but the compliance of it is there to see with the way that he's able to use the curbs and manage to keep a decent level of contact patch and stability on the car. Again, through 11, flat out through 12, improving through 2 sectors. Not a great deal. It's a little bit here and there for Lewis, and a bit of oversteer now through turn 13. Bit of scraping on the floor into the final corner, but none of the big porpoising problem that they suffered so badly last year. The balance is coming towards them. It's looking much better for the team. It's a subtle improvement from Hamilton on the times. Just, I think, 100th or 2 there overall. Didn't improve his final sector, but the car's not looking quite as ragged as it has through actually a lot of the 2 days so far. And you contrast that with just picking up Ocon there. He's snapping on the exit, but the way he was coming through turn 12, again, fighting at the wheel. The car's really agitated over the bumps, and turn 12 is a little bit bumpy. The car, he's just fighting at the wheel. It looks so nervous, the attitude of that Alpine. Maybe they've got a great rear load and a great aero platform on it, but the compliance of the Alpine just looks like it's holding them back at this stage.
Okay, one of the big questions before we head into the opening Grand Prix of the season is who will be piloting the second, well, not the second, but the other. I've got myself into a lovely trap there. Never mind. Who's going to be in the Aston Martin? Could it be Felipe Drugovich? Could he be making
Il y a Alonso qui est en train d'améliorer, j'ai l'impression.
Champion? Let's hear his thoughts.
Il va repasser devant Hamilton.
Well, Felipe, good to see you in a Formula 1 paddock and out there on the track as well. How was your morning of running, and indeed testing as a whole?
Yeah, it's been great. Did a little bit of aero testing at the beginning. After that, I just got to run a little bit more, in some more pushing ways. So it's been great. A little bit more time, just trying to get to know the car, get to know.
Voilà, 31 450 pour Alonso, à 8 millièmes de Russell.
To be ready if in case the team needs, but also trying to help the team as well, trying to find out a great balance for the car.
Yeah, you've kind of got 2 different roles there. You're feeding back to the team, obviously, as their reserve driver, and we'll start with that. Of course, all signs are very positive at the moment. There seems to be a lot of good momentum and optimism at Aston Martin, certainly from the outside looking in. Is that the case from the inside looking out?
It is. The energy inside the team is great. Everyone is, very positive, trying to make a step forward. I think they're managing to do that. But you can really see the team pushing a lot, and that's great to see.
And I suppose a couple of weeks ago you probably weren't expecting that you might be making your Formula One debut here in Bahrain. Do you have any indication whether that might be the case next week? And if so, how's your mindset approaching that?
For sure, I wasn't expecting that, but no, I still don't have any news. Everything depends on Lance's conditions. So I'm gonna be on standby, just trying to be prepared, trying to get the most experience I can, just to be there if in case he can't race. But of course, we wish him all the best to be back soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Felipe. Great to see you. Cheers.
Thank you very much to Laura Winter. Speaking to Felipe Drugovich, we're hoping for news about who will pilot one of the Aston Martins there. Fernando Alonso's gone over the line in the Aston Martin, and he has set the 4th fastest time, a 1:31.4 with the C4 tyre on the car.
So that's like-for-like tyre with Sainz in the Ferrari. They were very evenly matched on the C3, but I did think Sainz had found a lot of pace when he went to the C4, 1 step softer in compound and about 1.3 seconds found. So it probably indicates that there was a little bit more fuel coming out of the Ferrari, which indicates then that they were running a little bit heavier early on. A few teams, well, every team playing games with their fuel loads. We try and decipher what's going on, but in reality it's very hard. I think probably Alonso, if he was within half a second of a Ferrari, I think that would be a great position for Aston Martin to start the season.
Well, if you consider where they were 1 year ago, that is a remarkable step forward.
And I think that probably explains why Felipe was just saying it's a great atmosphere in the team right now, because I think they do know that they have got a great car. It's probably a great feeling to hear everyone talking about them and picking them out as the ones to watch through testing into the first race. But you just get from the body language of that team that things are going well. I'm speaking to Fernando after this session, so I'm excited to see what he's got to say for this day. He got 2 days in the car, half a day more than he thought he was going to get.
Yep.
He's already kind of tried to play things down a little bit and give him some wriggle room by saying that it might take a couple of races for him to shake off that rust and get things sorted. But that extra half a day will be good. The extra mileage will help him get on board with the team. And also, it's much easier, Jonan, isn't it, to get up to speed when you've got a good car, right?
Yeah, well, the car's doing roughly what you want it to do. You're not having to firefight issues the whole time. So it saves time. You can dial it in, find a balance quite quickly, and then just work on finding some improvements and hopefully a bit of development coming soon, and make small incremental changes rather than do what George Russell would have had to do at Mercedes last year and trying to find a complete overhaul to the issues that they were facing. The other thing for Aston Martin in this, everyone's talking about them in the midfield. I'd be amazed if they could make a jump towards the absolute front of the field, even though they've had a very good test. Their rivals in the midfield, I don't think they've looked very good. McLaren were in the battle for 4th in the Constructors last year, and we know they've had a difficult test, and their expectations are pretty modest at this stage. And Alpine, a lot of high hopes, a lot of talk. The attitude of the car doesn't look fantastic, and we haven't seen a lot of performance from Alpine yet, and that would be the other team that would be in that sort of 4th place fight. So still a bit of an unknown, bit of wheel spin there from Hamilton coming out of turn 10, and he backs off this lap. But is Aston Martin looking good, and their main rivals just not looking quite as punchy?
I think that's a fair summation of what we've seen across the testing. It's been very efficient, hasn't it? It's been very efficient. Few red flags, few driver errors. It has been very much like a long free practice session since we got the initial green light at the end of the pit lane. Hamilton coming round again, and we have reached our 2-hour mark. He's coming back to the pits. So, chaps, let's go through highlights of what we've seen in testing, hopes for the season, starting with you, Lawrence Barretto.
I think the thing that has impressed me most so far is the reliability. I think everyone will be great that they've got so much mileage under their belt. I'm pretty excited that it looks like Red Bull, even though they're leading the way, I think it looks like Ferrari are in the mix there. There were some numbers floating around yesterday, half a second between them on long run pace between them. You know, if they can be in the mix, Ferrari can be in the mix, and they can have a proper fight up there, that's great. It'll be great if the midfield can close the gap to the top 3. I think, generally speaking, it feels like most teams feel like they've made a step forward. There's some unknowns, like we've been talking a lot about, Alpine, McLaren. But I think what's been great is just to see the teams getting on cracking on with these new cars, and now we're just a few days away from the first race.
Julian, how about for you?
Yeah, I think my highlight is absolutely the unearthing of 2015 spec Alex Jakes in this afternoon session. I think that was a major breakthrough for all of us. In terms of the on-track action, though, I mean, it's Aston Martin, the step that they've made. Red Bull look ominous. The step that Aston Martin have made, Fernando Alonso in the car looking really fired up. And I mean, the rest of the stuff is looking like an evolution of last year, really. The tight midfield pack hopefully closed up a little bit. Williams looking slightly stronger. They were, of course, picking up the field last year, so if they can get stronger, that will inevitably tighten the pack. What about you, Jakesy?
I really did enjoy the revelation about Franz Tost working on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that was a good one, actually, yeah.
I'm very proud of that.
Yeah,
so thanks very much.
That was top journalism from Lawrence Barretto.
Maybe that was my scoop.
That's the best scoop you've ever had.
Signing deals, big money contracts coming in.
Excellent stuff. My thanks to Jolyon Palmer, to Lawrence Barretto, to the whole team who have brought you not only the content in the commentary box, but the sound, the pictures, whether on-site or at Biggin Hill. It has been a pleasure to have your company. We're going to throw down to Sam Collins on the other side of it, Rachel Brooks, Anthony Davidson, David Croft to take you to the checkered flag and the last action of pre-season testing.
Come and work in Formula One, they say. There's huge competition for all of their jobs. It's exciting. It's the cutting edge of engineering. It's glamorous. You get to travel around the world to the exciting sites and work at the pinnacle of the sport, challenging yourself every time to fix a car that has been designed by some of the finest engineering brains in the world. I'm not sure that's what these guys signed up for necessarily, but the Williams mechanics here are having to polish the floor of the garage because the driver has torn up some of the stickers that were on there. They're going to get some new marketing material down for ahead of the Grand Prix. They're going to have to change the drivers' names around, and between now and the race, a lot of mechanics are going to have to be polishing a lot of floors up and down the pit lane. Quite strong solvents being used to lift the stickers up because they stuck down their stickers on the floor a little bit too well, and I suspect that because that's Logan Sargent's garage, this will be Alex Albon's garage for the Grand Prix, and I think they had the names the wrong way round. But that's the nature of it. That is the nature of the sport. It's not all yachts and martinis and champagne and close wheel-to-wheel racing. The reality of Formula One is sometimes there's real hard graft going on. But let's talk about some hard graft as we work along the pit lane towards AlphaTauri, who came in. Yuki Tsunoda brought the car in just a minute ago I think it looked quite routine. They expected him to come in. It didn't look like a problem. But when he did come in, there was an awful lot of checking of all the systems on the car. A lot of attention on the rear brakes for Yuki Tsunoda's car. Not quite sure what was going on there. Maybe just an adjustment. Maybe he didn't like something, but they've gone in there, made a little bit of a change on the rear brakes. Jody Eggington is coming in, the technical chief of the team, and he's just poring over some of the data and discussing what the next stage should be, getting ready for those final runs as the sun goes down fully and it gets dark and speed picks up. And there's still work going on the rear of the Honda power unit and the transmission of the AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri, of course, sourced their transmission from Red Bull, but again, not like the Red Bull of old, it's an older transmission, so they have to use different pieces to work it along. So the Italian team, owned by Red Bull, is a little bit of a finishing school for its drivers. Max Verstappen, of course, started his career in that team, as did a number of other drivers, but not all of Red Bull's world champions, well, only Red Bull, only one other, started their career in a Red Bull branded team. Yet Sebastian Vettel, he started in Sauber, taking the drive away from Jacques Villeneuve. It seems a very long time away, but now he's retired, not on the grid. He finished his career at Aston Martin to be replaced by a much older driver, Fernando Alonso. And the Aston Martin has been struggling a little bit for reliability, but one team that I haven't seen really struggle is this team, the Haas F1 team. And I was talking to the mechanics a little while ago while Alex and the boys were chatting up in the commentary box, and they're just all sort of chilling out, having quite a nice time. They're very relaxed down here. It's quite a nice team. quite often when I come down here and do these bits and start pointing at bits of people's racing car, all the mechanics come and stand in front of me and get in the way. The Haas team, though, they come and say, oh, are we in your way? Oh, come and look at this bit. It's quite interesting. So really nice team down here. We can just take a look across the garage and you can see the second Haas being put together ahead of next weekend's Grand Prix. So there'll be 2 cars ready for here. And I don't know if they're going to have to scrub the floor here as well, but they probably have to clean it a little bit, so the mechanics have to do that. Williams are starting ahead of them on that sense. Will they start ahead of them in the Grand Prix? Well, we don't know. We'll find out in qualifying. It's going to be quite exciting. Long race runs going on, which is why it's quite empty down here in pit lane at the moment. But it doesn't mean there's no activity going on. Pit lane at this time, they're setting it up to simulate a real Grand Prix, and that means real pit stops are taking place in the pit lane. So the teams are checking out, a lot of teams have bought new pit equipment and different tweaks, different changes, and they've just tried out different things. And I'm not sure if Aston Martin have got new wheel guns at all. I think these ones actually they've kept them year on year. But speaking of Aston Martin, we've got Aston Martin about to come out. Alfa Romeo setting off there with Valtteri Bottas, I think that was at the wheel, didn't quite notice the helmet. But there's been a lot of work going on this Aston Martin. I know Fernando Alonso's been out on track and he's come back, and every time he comes in there seems to be more and more work going on this green car. So it looked like they were getting ready to go out, but actually no, more work going on around the car, more body work, fixing going on. It was going very well for this team and the pace is clearly in the car, but the reliability gremlins are clearly beginning to creep in to the Silverstone-based team. 110 iconic years being celebrated for Aston Martin. And if you're wondering where the name Aston Martin came from, it's named for Aston Clinton, which is a range of hills in England, not far from where I live. Well, quite far from where I live, it's the other side of Luton. We'll keep going down the pit lane. No one else really cares about that little detail. Same situation. That'll be Lance Stroll's garage during the Grand Prix that the team are using, and this one will be Fernando Alonso's. But it's got all Lance Stroll's stickers on the wall. What we don't know is, will Lance Stroll be in the car? He has to prove that he's fit enough with his injuries on the simulator at the Silverstone factory before flying out here to Bahrain to be able to look at, well, is he able to drive the car? And that is a bit of a question mark. Personally, if I had broken wrists, the last thing I'd want to do is drive a Grand Prix car. And normally, because, you know, I'm like a normal person, the first thing I want to do is drive a Grand Prix car. But working our way down, someone else who really wants to drive a Grand Prix car is probably Lando Norris, who wants to get into the number 4 McLaren, or the sole McLaren taking part in this test. Well, the work on the McLaren, which has been going on for ages, which you can see now, has come to its conclusion. Even though it says Oscar on the floor, I think it's Lando in the car at the moment, and they've finally made that repair on the front brake setup. It is a lash up of a repair. There's glued bits, there's riveted bits, there's bits bolted to other bits to make it much stronger. So they're just having a look to see what those parts are. I mean, we're just mentioning about Lance Stroll, of course. Don't really know what his injuries are. I mean, there's lots of speculation about what they are. He fell off a bike, and well, that tends to mean you get injuries to collarbones and arms and things, bits that sort of bump into a road if you fall off your bike. Very similar if you watch the Tour de France or anything like that. Those are the sort of injuries. So I think that's why there's a lot of speculation about what those injuries are. So that's what it is. But just as we see down at Alpine, there's a bit of conversation going on at Alpine. They don't seem particularly worried. The driver's wandered off somewhere. Steering wheel's just sitting on top of the car. No work going on the car either. Oh, they put the steering wheel back on the car. Maybe they didn't want us to look at it. I'm not sure. And it all just seems to be fairly routine. Maybe the driver's taking a comfort break down there. Not quite sure who is it. Esteban Ocon, who is scheduled to get back into that car. Working our way along. So big gaps down the pit lane. Who was that setting off? I think it was one of the Alfa Romeos or something. Let's get down to Mercedes, because Lewis Hamilton, I think, has brought the Mercedes back into the garage, and that's a team that looks a bit troubled. Ron Meadows is over there on the Mercedes pit wall. Toto Wolff was up there for a long time really grilling Andrew Shovlin about something on one of the data screens, and he really wanted to know all about it. And we were hoping to have a chat with him, but the team really didn't feel very, very chatty. And once again, lots of work going on the rear of the Mercedes here. The upper bodywork has been removed, and they're doing a bit of work, what looks like, around the rear suspension. So it looks to me like that's a rear suspension adjustment going on for Mercedes, for Lewis Hamilton. Maybe he's radioing and wants a change. You can see the engine cover being waited on, and Angela there is just keeping Lewis cool with a little cooling fan into the cockpit. So I think that's probably a quick change, and they should be back out on track relatively soon. Let's just finish off with Ferrari and Red Bull, and we'll see what we can see down there. Ferrari have been doing a long race run with their sort of these very light wheel gums that McLaren introduced, but I haven't really looked at this. And so down at Ferrari, I think Carlos Sainz is in the car, and he's brought that one into the garage as well. Let's see what's going on down at Ferrari. Carlos Sainz, lots of work in the cockpit around the Spaniard. His helmet is off. That's fairly unusual, actually. And he's, he didn't look too comfortable. He's pulling some of these wires and cables out, getting out the car, I think, or switching something over. Doesn't look too happy. Oh, he's putting his ear guards in. Licks them first so he can squeeze in nicely. And just popping them into his ears, making sure he's comfortable. Very nicely there. So for Sainz getting ready to go out for a run, I think we could see some fast times from this car when he takes the track in a minute. All right, let's finish off on the final garage before we go back upstairs to Crofty and Rachel. But we'll have just a quick look down, see what's going on down in the world of Red Bull, and then I'll hand you over to the team upstairs. And in the world of Red Bull, there's a little front suspension change, updates going on the front of the car. It's still up on the high jack, so it looks like Checo Perez is out of the car. Yes, he is. He's on this side of the garage having a chat with the engineer. Looks quite willing to get back into the car fairly soon, but they're making some adjustments, and I think we're going to start to see a little break for some drivers before the real action starts under the lights here in Bahrain. And to take you through that process, it's Crofty, it's Anne, and it's Rachel.
En Formule E, Verne est passé premier,
really
j'ai pas compris comment, mais pourquoi pas, il reste 2 tours.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam
Intéressant.
Collins.
Il peut-être gagner encore, du coup.
The trio in the commentary box, and in a few moments' time, we're going to be joined by the FIA's race director for Formula One, Niels Vitic. Will be coming up to the commentary box too to have a wee chat to us. But as we watch Fernando Alonso out on track, and Sam had just finished up at Red Bull, I'll give you a starter for 10 there, Ant and Rachel, in Max Verstappen's comments about the car, the RB18 that he's been driving over the testing period. He said drives a bit different. I think that's a bit related to the tyres as well. Overall, I think it's definitely an improvement from last year, which is probably what he wanted.
Scary.
That's what he wanted to say, but that's what the other 9 teams did not want to hear, I thought.
I think so. That's scary for the rest of the grid to hear it's an improvement on last year, considering the gap they had.
And that they won 15 races out of 22.
Yeah, you just have to hope that Ferrari are hiding a little bit. They're top of the times at the moment on the C4 tyres, of course, but we won't know till next weekend. And I know we say that all the time, but who knows how much they are holding back at Red Bull as well. I'd like to have seen him say it when he said it, because I look in his eyes and look at his body language.
Well, you can tell if Max Verstappen is telling
car,
a wee little white lie.
No, I would never suggest that. I'm saying that I can see how happy he is. So actually, if he says it's an improvement, it could be a massive improvement.
Well, yeah, I mean, not forgetting as well that the floor, leading edge of the floor went up 15 millimetres. So I think a lot of teams were expecting a good result to be on par with the car from that of last year. So for him to come out and say that he's happy and the car feels better than last year, yeah, I think that's quite a statement there from Verstappen.
Can I just give you a quick update on McLaren? We've seen them having these issues with the winglets, haven't we? Strengthening work on the front winglets. They've been doing some more of that. They think they'll be able to fix it for next week.
Tu vois Aston Martin au même niveau que Mercedes, du coup.
With a very simple revision to an existing
Ou Aston Martin au même niveau que les 3 autres.
part, easy for me to say, and those parts will be available for the race next week.
Good. It is, though, the second test running that McLaren have had issues that have rather hampered them. We've got a special guest in the commentary box, and I'm really pleased that he's been able to come up and join us because it's been a year in the job. He embarks on his second season. The referee for Formula One, Niels Vitic, the race director. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good. You sound relaxed and calm. I like this.
Well, it's the testing, so I'm not really involved, rather than that we test our systems as well. So I just enjoy being here, seeing the new cars this season, new setup, everything. And yeah, it's a complete difference to the next week when we'll be here.
We've enjoyed your systems test as well, because it gave Ant a chance to do a race start commentary the other day.
Yeah,
rarity.
And then you went and aborted the start, which really upset him, to be fair.
Well, we did not abort the start. The idea was that every driver is allowed to do it individually, like the same procedure as we do it after each free practice session. But obviously this information got lost a little bit.
We quickly realised that, of course, it was always going to be about safety. Safety first, yeah?
Absolutely. There's absolutely no need to take any risk during the test. I totally understand that teams need every minute on the track to get as much information from the new car as well as they can get. So we do need to test our systems as well. So all the procedures we have for the start lights and a lot of stuff that is related to that.
How was that implemented, and at what point would that have been implemented so that the drivers and the teams were made aware of that? I mean, obviously we were completely caught by surprise and living by our senses, I know, but it was a good rehearsal for us at least, Crofty, to go through that type of situation. But how was that relayed to the teams? Who comes up with those kind of ideas? Whose responsibility is that, and how involved are the teams in that?
We have extended the daily sessions by 30 minutes. So it's 8.5 hours per day this year. And the 30 minutes extra are dedicated for our system checks. So we said, okay, we're going to go for 15 minutes in the morning and 15 in the evening, that we can get some feedback, we can understand what works and what we need to adjust. And always our software guy, Olivier Hulot, he sends an email to the teams with a small schedule saying, okay, we're going to test that and that from that time. So the teams are aware, they can prepare. Their software engineers can implement everything and, of course, brief the drivers. But I can totally understand in the heat of the moment, sometimes small details get lost.
Once you train a driver to go when the lights go out, you're going to struggle to put the horse back in the stable, as it were, on that one.
I think it's their DNA. Once they stand on the grid, they want to go. And that's exactly. So it's fully understandable.
So as the referee for Formula One, I think referee's probably a good general term. What does your job as race director entail?
Beside the fact that I'm allowed to watch a lot of TV during the day, obviously there to make sure that everybody respects the regulations and that I do the maximum, that safety is at the highest level possible. And there's plenty of duties starting already a few days before, but let's say during the sessions when I sit in race control, I'm just there to monitor everything, monitor all the cars. We have a lot of systems that support me on that task, because you can imagine this is not the easiest thing to observe 20 drivers on the car, especially when they're spread out after a few laps. Just to make it as safe as possible and sporting fairness, that everybody respects the rules.
So safety on one side, regulations on the other side, kind of a floor manager to make sure the schedule's all working properly as well. There's many hats during the course of a day's work for you.
Well, the good thing is not me alone. I have a good team that supports me there. This year we have Steve Nielsen, our new sporting director. He will sit with me in race control. He will take over some duties and help me there. We got Claire. You probably know her from the past seasons. She was moved to Formula One. She will assist me on the operator seat. We got operators there giving me reviews. We got one thing that is new from last year, you probably know, is the Rock in Geneva. It's a fantastic tool. We have a very great team down there helping me out with topics like track limits, or if there's any incidents, they can give us a review and prepare the situation that we just have a look and then I can decide to forward to the stewards.
So Rock is remote operations center.
Exactly.
So all of a sudden, you've got a vast array of resources at your disposal should something occur.
Yeah.
So how many people have you got in Geneva doing all that, and how do you liaise, and what do they come to you? Do you come to them? How does that work?
C'est très serré, Stone et
Mercedes pour l'instant. We set that up starting from scratch.
À noter que Mercedes n'est qu'à 2 dixièmes de Ferrari
maintenant. We have a live stream feeding them with all the information coming from the racetrack, so they see what we see.
Donc plus propice à
we
l'amélioration.
developed the whole rock over the year, and finally, let's say mid-season, it was fully functional. We have 6-7 people sitting there. Doesn't matter where we are, they always have to stick there. So that's even if we're in Melbourne or stuff, they have to spend the night to support us. And we talk to them. They're live from the Thursday on, so they can learn the track. I can request things. I can say, for example, okay, we identified some critical areas, or we see, well, in that and that corner we saw a few things happening. So I give them tasks, and I absolutely encourage them to come back on the radio. So
est-ce que ça va descendre encore les chronos?
with us, so they can immediately jump in and tell me, hey,
Est-ce qu'ils vont passer en 1:30 avant la fin des essais? Il reste 1h30 à peu près. Un peu plus, 1h38.
I'm super happy how it works with that.
On rappelle que ça finit à 17h30.
For all of us in race control. The more people you have and top qualified people, that's Formula One. That's the level we need.
Speaking of Formula One and the enjoyment that it brings, I love seeing the lap times tumble. As we've just seen Lewis Hamilton go P3, setting his personal best sectors. That's the kick I get out of doing my job. Everybody has a favourite part of their job. What's your favourite part of being race director? What gives you the most satisfaction?
Well, I do love motorsport. Well, obviously I'm too tall to fit in the car, therefore I went the way to go to be
I
an
love
official.
basketball, so yeah.
It was truck racing or race director, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's... I think it's better
bonne
where
question, j'en sais rien, j'arrive pas à voir. Mon stream n'est pas assez de bonne qualité pour que je vois. Je crois que c'est C4.
I love the fact that it's unpredictable at a certain point. So for me, the best moment
Ouais,
of the
si
weekend
c'est
is always
C4,
the
si on
start.
voit là.
Because you sit there and you have no idea what will happen.
Confirmé.
Then that's probably the same for you. So it's you have that gut feeling. You sit there, you're super excited because you don't know what will happen.
Du coup, c'est les softs
Will it
rouges
be
en C4.
Just a calm and easy first lap, or will
Il
it
aurait
be
fait en C3, oui, ça aurait été bien, mais bon,
an accident, something like
ça
that.
aurait
You
été
have
un
to take
peu
action. You have
trop,
to decide what to do. And this is
un peu rapide, je trouve, en médium quand même. Et
It's
attention,
not a 9 to 5
il
job.
repart sur un tour là,
It is
visiblement.
Every time, every day, it's challenging, and to walk, let's say, to travel around the world, work with different circuits, different people. That's just amazing.
I wanted to ask you something. We've obviously got a lot of new fans to the sport right now. How do we simplify the regulations? How do we get across to them what you're trying to achieve? And is that something you think the FIA are addressing again? Now, we had some great communication from Tom, who was with you yesterday when we were talking about, or was it the day before, we were talking about the new rules that are coming in, or the new tweaks that are coming in, and getting them ratified by the World Motorsport Council. It's brilliant.
J'ai encore du
We need to be
retard,
able
c'est
to
pas vrai.
pass that on to the viewers, and they sometimes get confused. How do we make this as
Oh,
simple as
j'ai
possible
pas
for all
autant de
these new
retard.
viewers who've come in, who we're trying to explain? We need these regulations. It's a complicated sport.
Well, there's,
Heureusement que
let's
c'est
say,
sport, c'est
the
oui,
motorsport
c'est
never
sûr.
stands still. So
Sinon, il y
every
avait
time,
FM TV,
everything
donc faut être abonné,
changes.
quoi.
So, for example, if you take
Ils ont
a
toujours pas fait
simple
leur
thing like
promo
track
d'ailleurs.
limits, we
Hein.
put cheat loops in to detect the car when
FM
it's off
TV,
track.
d'habitude, ils
So
font une
1
promo
year the
avant
cars pass that
début
area,
de saison.
the next year the racing line changes.
Je sais pas s'ils vont la faire
So
aujourd'hui.
it's
Enfin,
without effect, so we
cette
have to
année.
change the loop again. But this is something you see.
Étonnant.
This is valid
Peut-être qu'ils vont pas le faire.
for a lot of regulations, where you see the regulation, I don't know, whatever you take, it is good for a few years, but then everybody gets used to that.
Non, non, il est beaucoup trop en retard.
Yeah.
Hein, 10
So
secondes.
you have
Find a
to
way
adjust it a little bit.
Yeah. Like DRS for this year, for instance, has been adjusted purely because things evolve.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, last year with the new cars, it was a learning curve for everyone, just to see how are we compared to the previous year. And this is something, this is a process that happens over winter.
Bon après, F1 TV pour le coup c'est quand même pas mal parce que tu as différentes caméras embarquées que tu peux pas trouver sur internet. Hein, pour le coup ça. Ou alors si plus tard sur Twitter peut-être. Mais pas en direct. C'est impossible de trouver. Chaine ça fait son tour il y a moins d'une heure. Ouais c'est sûr.
It's a long and big work over winter and keeps us busy, but it's part of the job and it's good for it.
One thing you have been doing, I think, over the winter is trying to find maybe the new
Verne a fait deuxième
and
hein,
starting the
Formule 2.
training process for more race
C'est
directors to
D'Acosta
come
qui a
in the
gagné.
future.
Exactly.
You're not tired of the job already, sure?
No, it's
Un
not.
résultat pour Verne.
That's not the case. I'm super happy where I am, and I would love to continue.
On regardera le highlight plus tard sur
No,
Team
but you have to
Motorsport.
think
Parce
realistically.
que là j'ai pas
I mean,
suivi du
it's
tout.
you missed the flight, you're not there.
La course, donc je vais même quitter, ça sert à rien de...
Therefore, it's a standard procedure that you have
En même temps, avec
people
toutes
on
les
that
pubs,
level that you can fit in. You
l'équipe
can
TV
say,
n'avait même
okay,
pas fait de live.
I'm not there, I
Étonnant.
broke my leg or whatever, so I cannot attend. Someone else has to do it and keep it on the same level. Because you cannot say, well, because Niels is not there, we have to take the other one, but he's
Alors Pérez en
on
C4
10%
aussi,
his performance level.
la deuxième de
So
retard
this is
de
something we
Leclerc
have to
dans le
deliver
premier
as
secteur.
FIA to say we keep that standard, and therefore we started that process.
Est-ce qu'il va s'intercaler entre
seminar last
les Aston et Mercedes peut-être?
To find new people and train them, to bring them up
Ou
to spot.
devant
All experienced
Hamilton.
people around the world, but just
Pour l'instant il est un peu
to
en
give them the
retard.
last meters to say, okay, that's Formula One standards, so they need to learn that, and they're willing to learn that. So one day we can have several people that can jump in.
And speaking of a man of experience of different categories like yourself, Niels, what surprised you with Formula One? What was different about Formula One?
À 2 dixièmes dans le secteur 3, attention. 2, pardon. Fin du secteur 2. Oh, il est gêné par une Ferrari.
I always found as a driver,
Ouais. Il va prendre le
I could
speed.
gain more experience and be a more rounded driver
Blue
by
flag.
doing different categories.
That's the same for me.
Ouais, une bataille Ferrari.
I spent years in touring cars, GT cars.
Il a perdu du temps là,
categories.
Sergio.
That all gives me
Et oui, 6ème seulement.
a massive experience.
Ouais, son temps
so
est
you're
pas
well prepared
représentatif
for
parce
whatever
qu'il était gêné.
situation you might see during the day, because you always have seen stuff like that.
Dans les secteurs, il a perdu beaucoup.
New coming along, potentially new coming along to help you with your job or to be there if you're unavailable. Is that a requirement?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It's experiences that counts a lot. You can't buy experience.
C'est dommage qu'il n'y ait pas Max là pour faire un temps représentatif. Il aurait fait 30 et quelques, je pense. 30-38.
So the theory and the practical.
Parce qu'on ne peut pas compter sur Pérez pour voir le vrai niveau de la Red Bull, malheureusement.
So, one of the, I think the popular
Il est toujours 3-4 dixièmes derrière Max, donc
your role is that
ça
you
fausse la
dish
donne,
out the
quoi.
penalties to the drivers. And often people think, well,
Ouais, il
race
était
director,
clairement gêné.
he's the one that says when the drivers need a penalty or not.
Dans des secteurs compliqués.
That
Et Tsunoda
isn't quite the
P8.
case. Where do you stand? Are you kind of police force or are you the Crown Prosecution Service?
Ça va commencer à s'exciter un peu les temps là.
No, probably police is the right description. So we see something that was wrong in relation to the regulations. So the easiest is we have contact between two cars. So we then investigate, look at the video, get some feedback, and we do then report to the stewards. And there, the representatives from the motorsport court on site, they are the ones to take the decisions. And I am just, not saying just, but I'm the policeman who detects everything and says, okay, there was an infringement. We forward it to the stewards, and they will then consider if they would like to take a decision, give a penalty, or review it after the session.
So you're like, effectively, you're the police and they're the judges.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
I heard you in action in Zandvoort last year during FP1 when I think it was Mick Schumacher had left the pit lane and he might have left the pit lane when the red flag had come out. So it was like, has he gone onto the track when he shouldn't have gone onto the track? And I heard you asking people to take a look at the data and then take a look at the camera angles to see what Mick could see. And I remember I was thinking at the time, that's a slam dunk. He left with a red light. He's going to get a penalty for this one. But then I heard you say, no, look at what he saw when he came out of the garage. And because Haas were right down towards the end, he couldn't see the red lights.
Exactly.
And therefore there was no penalty because it actually wasn't his fault. And I saw you liaising with your team and hearing you liaising with your team.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what we said before, there's tons of information that are available. You have onboard cameras. We got all the telemetry data coming from the car. We got cameras everywhere. So we have to combine and understand the full picture. And then, of course, the view from the driver. With the new helmet camera, for example, that was introduced, I think, last year. That gives us
ouais, s'il y a que 3 dixièmes en qualif, ça va encore. Par contre, il faut voir le rythme de course, quoi. Parce que s'il y a 3 dixièmes autour au rythme de course aussi,
yeah, it was clearly visible that there
sur
was a red
57
flag,
tours, ça va faire beaucoup.
A red light. But if you look at from the driver's point of view, when he looks to the right or just looks at his mechanic and follows his instruction,
Après, on sait que les Mercedes sont pas forcément les meilleurs en qualif. Ils sont un peu meilleurs en course, normalement. Il faut que ce gap de 0,3 soit pas aussi élevé en course.
Does that helmet cam
Sinon,
help
j'ai
you as well?
calculé,
For
mais 3
instance, where
dixièmes
we
par
had all
tour en
that
course, ça
spray and
fait...
the really bad rain, you heard some
Ça
drivers
ressemble à la
complaining,
course,
others
je
saying
veux
it's
dire
fine.
ça.
Does it help you to be able to see those helmet cams as
Ça
well?
nous
So
fait
on the back of
17
field
secondes.
cannot see anything.
I do use all of that.
17 secondes sur un Grand Prix, c'est beaucoup quand même.
A first-hand
Il
experience
faut absolument
from
que
the
la
track.
de course soit
And
là.
like Japan was very tricky to decide, okay, what are the conditions out
C'est
there?
le truc.
Mainly I rely on my safety car driver because he can give me a proper feedback of that. But on top of that, of course, I use onboards. If there's a helmet cam, whatever is CCTV, all of that stuff is useful tools to help me take decisions.
Thank you so much for coming up to have a chat. Don't be a stranger. We'd love to have you up in the commentary box again sometime. If you're not busy, you've got a team of people. They can take charge from time to time. You say, we know you love motorsport and you've been involved in it for many years. Do you enjoy the race? Can you actually watch it as a fan as well, or do you have to wait till you get home for that one?
Honestly, I have to go back home to watch the race. If you ask me after the checkered flag who won the race, most of the time I can't give you an answer because depending on what happened during the race, it keeps you busy. So you investigate, you do this, you're busy with recovery, talking to the locals, and all of a sudden the race is over and it's like, oh, wait a minute, what happened? Who won? Who was second, third? And what I always try to do is to review the race on the Monday after when I'm back home. Just to see in a calm environment to see did I miss something?
Là, c'est Neil Wittich qui est interviewé par Sky Sports du coup.
I need to improve for myself.
Directeur de course de la FIA.
Quite helpful, but let's say on the weekend it's very rough to understand.
But you're still looking at the race through a critical eye of your job, not the race. It is as an entertainment factor, like it is for so many fans back at home. You can't. Do you find it hard to detach yourself then? Therefore,
you can't do that. And probably it's the same for you. I remember me sitting at home in the past years watching Formula One on TV with my friends, and I was always like, oh, this guy will get a penalty now for that, and this, and they were all like, come on, don't spoil it.
That barrier's in the wrong position there.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. You're so into that, and it's as it's part of your life. It's a big part of my life. You can't let loose.
Has your opinion on who should or shouldn't get a penalty changed now from that fan
Attention,
back in
il y a
the day
Perez
with
qui
your
est de
friends,
retour.
now that you know
Amélioré à nouveau.
more the full extent of a situation?
Mercedes se réveille, il veut faire du bluff.
I would say no. It should be.
Vends pas la course avant de l'avoir tué, comme on dit.
I have very little opinion
On
on
verra
that.
s'ils ont
Yeah,
des
no,
fautes.
I just wonder, when you were a fan, watching as a fan
J'en
back
suis
in
pas
the
sûr.
day, you know, did you see it through a
C'est tout
completely
l'intérêt d'un
different
bluff d'ailleurs.
perspective
On
to
sait
how
pas.
you see the sport now?
Deuxième secteur,
so
3
involved
dixièmes et
in
demi
it, with
perdus
so much
pour
more
Perez.
information and experience within the job.
I would say yes, back to the 80s when I was a young boy watching Formula One with my dad, but that was completely different. Never imagined that I would be part of that one day.
Yeah.
No, but throughout the last years, there's no difference to that.
You're looking forward to the season?
Absolutely.
You like the new cars?
I do.
31-3, et c'est intercalé entre les deux Mercos.
Because we're trying to work it out, Niels.
Ah bah moi si c'est ça, même avec Max, moi je dis oui. Hein.
That's the most diplomatic answer ever.
Mais le truc c'est que Perez, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, il a un déficit de 3-4 dixièmes avec Max minimum. Donc, t'enlèves 4 dixièmes, ça fait 30 points 9 pour Max. Et encore c'est peut-être
Do you
plus.
expect many drivers and team bosses approaching you, complaining of sore backs from their drivers this year because of porpoising? It looks to be better so far.
I think porpoising is not a topic anymore. I think we with the teams together solved it quite well last year. So I don't think that will be a topic. Probably there will be different stuff, but
They'll find something, won't they?
Yeah.
That's for sure.
When we find something else to talk about, we'll find something else to talk about.
Absolutely.
Come and join us anytime you want, Niels.
Happy
Thank
to
you
be
so
here.
much. Happy for you to come here too. Good
Thanks
to
a
see
lot.
you. Have a great year.
You too.
Niels Wittich, race director. And that's the first time we've heard from Niels. That's the first time you've come up and said hello, so really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Would you like to know what's
been going
action
on?
news?
Absolutely. We've had some wonderful conversations here today, and thank you to Tom from the FIA, that mystical creature, for allowing that one.
Great stuff.
I hope to put a bit of perspective into what the race director does and how Niels goes about his job and how it's not just.
Pour ceux qui viennent d'arriver, je reprécise que je commence à 18h en direct sur la saison 5 la suite. Épisode 6 à 10, donc pas 19h, 18h. On va finir plus tôt. On va boucler ceux qui restent. Sur Twitch exclusivement. Et regardez Lewis Hamilton dans ce chat. Roule au lieu de parler dans le chat. Là. Est-ce que tu penses que Mercedes peut rivaliser face à Red Bull? C'est fait cette année pour jouer le titre. Oh là, bah, c'est la grande question. Moi j'espère après. Encore une fois, rien n'est acté, rien n'est joué. Alors Lewis justement, il repart en piste, ce qui va améliorer. Pour l'instant, les micro-secteurs s'allument en violet. Allez Lewis, push. Ah oui, meilleur premier secteur. Allez. Mais fermez-la, la meuf là. Concentrez-vous sur le tour de Lewis Sky Sports. Oh là là, les mecs ils blablatent, mais en fait ils se concentrent pas sur ce qui se passe en piste quoi. C'est incroyable là. Ils discutent avec des gens qui ramènent là, mais au final, on va peut-être se concentrer sur ce qui se passe actuellement.
25.6 degrees Celsius, track temp gone down to 30.5. It was in the mid-40s earlier on, wasn't it? So Lewis now exiting turn 11, winds it through turn 12. This will be easily flat out with these tyres on board.
Moins de 2 dixièmes et demi d'avance. Allez, il va le faire.
Fastest middle sector of all.
Ça va le faire pour Lewis. Elle a l'air plus équilibrée la voiture là. Et l'arrière il se part pas en couille et tout. Ouais, c'est pas mal, allez. Ça va nous faire un petit 30. 30.7. Ah, à 2 dixièmes de la pole, hein. C'est pas mal. Voilà qui est plus rassurant. Et encore, il a raté son dernier secteur. Toto au téléphone se félicite de ce tour, évidemment. En 2022, oui, enfin bon, là, quand même, ils peuvent pas être 2 secondes plus lents que la peau. Ils peuvent pas faire 28-7, c'est pas possible.
Niels Vitic on his way back to the paddock and will have passed in the corridor outside our commentary box. The man in charge of tyres, Mario Isola from Pirelli. How are you?
En vrai, je pense qu'ils bluffent. Ils en ont pas trop sous le pied. Hein. Là, ça va sûrement améliorer hein, par rapport à la pole de 2022, c'est certain, mais.
At the beginning, I think it was difficult for them to find the right balance between the new car and the new tires.
Tu penses, Lewis Hamilton, que toi-même tu vas pouvoir te battre pour le 8e titre? C'est très perturbant sa phrase. Hein. On a Sir Lewis Hamilton et Lewis Hamilton dans le chat. Donc entre vous deux, il y a un imposteur. Je ne sais pas qui c'est. Il va falloir le découvrir. Est-ce que vous êtes même pas, peut-être que vous êtes 2 imposteurs en fait. Que le vrai roule sur la piste. Il ne peut pas poster dans le chat. Puis il ne parle pas français surtout. Bon, et ben voilà un temps qui nous rassure, clairement. Maintenant, il faut voir les autres ce qu'ils vont faire. Est-ce que Sainz va essayer d'améliorer? Perez? Est-ce qu'Alonso en assouplit encore? Il nous reste 1h22.
But C1 is very consistent and 1 to 1.2 seconds between C2 and C3. Talking about the tires they're going to use next week.
So between C2 and C3, a delta of 1.2 seconds. That's massive.
If it's not going to change, yes.
Wow.
That's every lap or peak performance?
Peak performance.
Peak performance. Okay.
Yeah.
So how many laps?
The degradation of the C3 is quite big,
si tu veux.
Especially in the heat of the day, because in the long runs, in the afternoon, in the evening, it is more consistent, and the race is in this condition.
We're not going to see many laps on the C3 then, with high deg from next week, which is good because my fear with making the front left, the inside of the front left, less susceptible to graining and getting rid of that understeer, was that we were starting to go more towards a tyre that could give us one-stop races, not two-stop races. And you know how I like my two-stop races more than just the one.
I believe this race is a two stops because of the layout of the circuit. The type of asphalt is very abrasive. Here it's all about traction and braking, so you stress the rear tire in any case. But at least we have different combinations, because you're right, probably the C3 is not the right for the tire for the race, but the advantage in terms of peak performance is quite big. Then you have degradation, but it will be tricky for strategists to make a calculation on delta lap time and the difference in degradation.
Yeah.
So it's I'm not sure that the C3 is completely out for the race, because when you start, if you need to get some positions, you have a tire that is giving you 1 second per lap advantage. It's a good step.
You're going to see, aren't you, from kind of 5, 6, 7 onwards, put on the soft tyre, put on the C3, make some places up at the start, and then see what we can do from there.
Yeah, for example, because it's not difficult also to overtake here, so it's another element that will affect the strategy for sure.
So you got 6 tyre compounds for this year, all the way up to C5. Ant knows exactly where I'm going with this question. I'm asking for a friend. You've slotted in the new tyre. That last year's C1 becomes the C0, and the new tyre is the C1. Why couldn't you have just started from 1 and go 1 to 6? It just makes it so much easier for me.
You're right. That was the first option. But then we had to explain that the old C5 is now C6, the old C4 was C5, and so on. So we have C2, 3, 4 and 5 are the same.
Right.
Could have been a C1.
We were
Tu aurais pu le prévenir avant, du coup.
Don't let him work.
Je disais, du coup, Canal il présentait qu'à 16h55. Pour l'instant, je reste sur ce
Absolutely, Mario. 1.5. You know full well that once, when you were asking for names for your ultra soft tyre, back in the day, I suggested Dave, and I still think that was a much better idea. The Pirelli Dave. It would have worked. I'd have had that on my Ford Escort, trust me. Now, tyres for this year, they've got heavier as well, haven't they? How much of an inconvenience has that been for the teams? That when they wanted to try and save some weight, up you come with tyres that are 2 kilos heavier?
Yeah, it's 700 grams the front, so it's 1.4 kilos because the front construction is stiffer and heavier. And then we have the rear that is just 200 grams difference, and then they round the weight to 2 kilos, basically.
Right, okay.
But yeah, there is a difference. I know that they are desperate to find a weight reduction, but I believe that the balance is more important than 2 kilos.
I agree.
In weight reduction.
If you stiffen up the construction, they're going to weigh just that little bit more, and that's why we see a lot more exposed carbon fibre at the moment, which makes things a little bit more interesting as well. What are you hoping for the tyres this year? You say this will be a 2-stop race, and it's an abrasive asphalt and a lot of traction zones. Are you hoping for more 2-stop races to come, or is that just the nature of the game that you come up with a tyre and then the engineers find a very clever way to make sure that we don't use so many of them?
My dream, my wish is to have more races on 2 stops because they are more exciting, and we know that. Unfortunately, the number of stops is not just about the tires and the degradation, it's also the time you lose in the pit lane, it's also how difficult it is to overtake. So there are many elements that engineers are considering when they plan a strategy, and some of these elements are not under our control. But with some degradation, and now with 6 compounds, we have also the option to jump 1 level if it is necessary. For example, the C0, the current C0, was working quite well last year in Silverstone and Zandvoort. So we can use C0, C2 and C3, for example, to try to have the right balance. So because we have a basket of 6 compounds, but we always use 3. So we have just a bit more flexibility. Good. But for spectators, it's the same. They have the white is the hard, the yellow is the medium, the red is the soft.
Another change for this year is that we understand that the blanket temperatures have gone down to 70 degrees.
And it's the time they stay in blankets, because 70 was also last year.
Okay.
But last year we tested 50 degrees, but unfortunately 50 degrees was not working in Austin. So we decided to opportunity to test during winter, thanks to the agreement that we had with the teams and FIA to extend the period for testing to mid of December and from the beginning of February. So we had the opportunity to have 3 test sessions, wet test sessions last year. We tested new compounds for the extreme wet. Last year drivers were not happy. They were complaining about the warm-up and the performance of the wet weather tire. We have now a new compound with a new concept in this compound that improved a lot the warm-up. We tested in cold condition. Can you imagine? Paul Ricard and Fiorano in December were 7-8 degrees. But the warm-up without blankets was better than the old tires with blankets, and the performance was much better. That means that drivers are not obliged to anticipate too much the change from wet
Ok, bah écoute, moi je pronostiquerais pas ça, mais je serais plus dans les 29-8 ou 9, à mon avis, que 29-0. Après, chacun fait comme il veut.
Silverstone,
C'est
vote on
libre.
tyre blankets for removal for
C'est
next
tout
year.
l'intérêt,
Already,
d'ailleurs.
some of the drivers are saying we shouldn't remove the tyre blankets at all. Is that the drivers saying that, or the team's telling them to say that? I don't know.
I don't know.
How do you think that vote's going to go? Are we going to lose the blankets?
We have a plan for that. We need some additional test days. The plan is to ban the blankets in 2024, but it's a clever decision to have a meeting after the test in Silverstone with the data, with the evidence on the development, and to decide together what is the right direction. If it is not in 2024, it will be in 2025. Doesn't matter. I understand the drivers. They are worried about that. We don't want to put anybody in danger. It's a journey, and we need to do that together.
Mario, thank you. Have a great season. Thanks for coming to join us. Mario Isola with us, Pirelli's Motorsports Director, or the man in charge of tyres, which I think is a much better name to put on your business card. Sergio Perez on the C4, going for a flying lap here. A 1:30.781 from Lewis Hamilton, the fastest time we've had of the testing session so far this week. Track's nicely rubbing in now. We're on very good conditions for some faster times to come, and the soft tyres are coming out. How's he getting on this lap? He's gone purple during the middle sector, Ant.
Yeah, as you'd expect, Crofty, the C4 hanging on in there better than Lewis Hamilton's C5, softest compound of Pirelli's range would expect him to go fastest overall now, because the final sector wasn't great for Lewis on that particular lap. I think Perez might have ran a little bit wide himself there, but still, yeah, goes faster. Just 1.5 tenths quicker than Lewis's best lap. But that's, of course, on the slightly harder tyre. I'm not sure if it's that clear-cut whether the C5 is, over a course of a whole lap here, faster.
Might be falling off in the final sector.
I was surprised to hear Mario actually say that even the C3 is a little bit on the vulnerable side. Come race day, of course. But so that means that the C5 must be moving around a little bit. And the feeling you get from a tyre that's too soft for that track that they're on, is not really designed to be on, it starts to move around. You start to feel like it wallow, and you can feel that compound is too soft. So it gives the whole car, it's almost like you've softened all the suspension up.
Yeah.
And a stiffer tyre is like running a car with stiffer roll in its suspension. So I'm not sure that is as clear cut. We didn't actually get to ask him. Annoyingly, we forgot about the C4, C5 comparison in lap times.
Yeah, we needed to.
It was more about next weekend's tyres. But interesting information.
I could have spoken to Mario for hours, as we often do on that one. Sergio Perez's time, just look at a replay here of Carlos Sainz. That seems to be bouncing a touch, doesn't it?
I think I know where you're going with this one, Crofty. Is it faster than pole position?
Well, not so much that.
Yeah.
Salut mademoiselle E, eh ben écoute, tu as porté la poisse à Lewis, je te bannis. Non mais ouais, c'est con, parce que Perez a amélioré. Sachant que lui en plus est en C4 je crois. Ouais, il est en C4. Ah,
really good. Yeah.
Ah,
and the fact that
dommage.
he's on softer tyres, less wind.
Ok, bon, on envoie dans la merde du coup.
How close? This is a really hard question to ask you. How close?
Bon, au moins, ça permet de voir que du coup, ils ont largement sous le pied chez Red Bull.
Is that like a 0.2 of a second difference?
Don't even.
Ouais.
Even if you had the data in front of you, I've told engineers off before in the past for this. Don't compare different days. It's impossible. Honestly, it's impossible.
Alors encore une fois, on ne sait pas les quantités d'essence, mais bon. On peut penser qu'Hamilton n'avait pas beaucoup d'essence non plus, quoi.
Wind angle, wind direction can be all you need to make comparing one day to the next. It makes it impossible. So look, we'll find out when the two drivers are out there at the same time in their own respective cars.
Take that off my bingo list on that one.
Unfortunately, that's the way it is. And as frustrating as it is for the driver, they want to be able to compare themselves, but they'll find out in due course. But yeah, the lap I saw Perez drive, car looked very good in turn 1, turn 2. He could get on power incredibly early and trust the car, the rear of the car, particularly on the exit of turn 2. I've seen the Ferrari snap around a little bit for both Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz out of that corner. It wasn't the case for Perez. The circuit is probably at its very best right now that we've had over the last 3 days. It was too hot in the afternoon, the hottest we've had. Looks like Lewis is back out again. That's another shiny sidewall tyre there. Is this the C4 now? I just couldn't quite get a glimpse there.
C5.
C5. Right, so he's going for another one. That looked a bit cleaner than last time around.
Just on the subject, while we've watched Lewis Hamilton here, of the Red Bull, one thing I heard that Charles Leclerc was saying yesterday, he was following the Red Bull for quite some time. He felt in the Ferrari that they were able to get on the power, the Red Bull, a lot earlier, coming out of turn 11 and starting to go back up the hill again. He could see them getting on the throttle much earlier than he felt the Ferrari could. It just seemed to be much more stable and planted, and you could trust it. When does Lewis Hamilton get on the power here?
Very positive turning, almost a bit too strong there, a bit too pointy from the car on the turn into 11. Yeah, and he's lost a little bit of time compared to Perez in the rear, not quite hanging on in there on the exit of 13. We've seen that. That, for me, has been a common trait of this car all the way through this test as Tsunoda goes P5. He gets that final corner a bit better, still using a bit too much track as that mid-corner understeer comes into play once again. And again, yeah,
it fell away in the final sector.
I think the tyre's falling away on that final sector. The more he's pushing it early on, it's that story, isn't it? The tyre's life. I'd like to see him do a lap on the C4. It might even be better on that car. The rear just looks like it's falling away towards the end of the lap.
Thing to remember, of course, the C4 and the C5 won't be used this time next week. However, they will be used at some stage during the course of this season. So the team's wanting to get a bit of a feel for them, given that they're all brand new construction for this season.
The main reason I want to know is because we've just seen a lap from Perez on the C4. Like I said, you have to look at the respective
on a une amélioration de Lewis.
At the same time, and
toujours en C5, Lewis.
You can have a bit
3664
idea because of the conditions being similar. So just selfishly, I'd like to see him on the same tyre
bon,
as
les Ferrari
Perez.
n'améliorent pas, hein. Enfin, Sainz du coup.
Have a bit more of an
Parce qu'il a
idea
essayé de faire un
the
tour
two
chrono à la
cars
fin.
at least
Tsunoda est en
way up
C4.
in comparison, but
Il a fait le
you've got to
5e temps,
say,
31-3.
it
On
looks
dirait que ça
better
commence à
than this
s'énerver
time
un peu
last
le
year
temps
for
là.
Mercedes versus the Red Bull and the Ferrari.
Alonso a fait son meilleur tour en
Seems
C4
to
aussi.
be somewhere in the mix. It wasn't there at all
À voir
last
si
year.
ça va chuter
It was
ou pas.
clear to see they were
C'est
really
chrono.
struggling.
Il nous
This is
reste
more
1h06
encouraging. I don't think
exactement.
it's quite there yet. I'm seeing
Et
balance
heureux Lewis
perfection.
Marco du coup. En général, Red Bull est plus à fond que Ferrari et Marco. Ouais, ils cachent moins leur jeu, peut-être, c'est ça que tu veux dire, peut-être.
Improved Mercedes from this time yesterday. Actually, this time yesterday, George Russell was about to stop with the hydraulic issue, or had actually stopped with the hydraulic issue. But do you see, Perez sets the purple best sector on the second lap on these tyres, or the second flying lap on these tyres in the final sector. Do you see Mercedes have made gains from yesterday into today, given how badly they struggled with rear-end grip during yesterday's session?
Yeah, I mean, the car looked a complete handful, didn't it, yesterday? I think something was wrong with the setup. They had a big meeting, a bit of a brainstorm session overnight, and something clearly wasn't right. I reckon they've figured out what was wrong there, and the car has looked, I would say, on par with most of the cars out there on the long runs in terms of where the balance migrates to, with the rear becoming more of a problem, like Mario was talking about. From Pirelli, yes, you know, high degradation circuit, really rough surface, that it's almost like that coarse sandpaper effect you get around here as the stones cut into the tyre. So heavy braking zones, heavy traction zones, you're asking a lot from the rear tyres on this track. So yeah, you start running softer compounds that aren't really designed for this place, and they will fall. They'll fall off a bit of a cliff in performance, even by the end of one lap. You really feel it drop away from you.
Kevin Magnussen then going for his run on the C4 tyres. Best time of a 1:32.3 so far. His personal best through the first sector on this lap. Magnussen's best lap overall in the testing session was a 1:33.44 that he completed on day 2 of this test. So he's already gone quicker than that. Can he improve on a 1:32.3 from earlier in this session?
So Tsunoda, I mentioned that he went P5.
Meilleur, ah oui, il a fait un meilleur tour que Verstappen en Q3. Ouais. Ah, ça s'améliore. Hein.
Particularly in the hands of Pierre Gasly. He's not there anymore, of course. You've got Nick de Vries.
Ouais, mais encore une fois, Merco, ils sont en C5 et les autres en C4. Donc attention quand même. Sachant que C5, alors je ne saurais pas vous dire de combien il est plus rapide. Peut-être 2-3 dixièmes, ouais, même 2, plutôt 2. Hein. Plutôt que 2 que 3, je pense.
Based on
the GPS data that they have.
Yeah. I mean, I saw Otmar Safnauer in the lunch break, and he was looking very chipper with life. Busy, he said, not resting on our laurels, but, you know, we're getting through things, and we're very happy with it.
They keep saying...
Not reflected in the times, of course.
They keep saying the numbers, the aero, match where we want to be, and they're happy that they've achieved it. I think the car, I heard Sam talking about it earlier on, the car looks incredibly stiff in ride. Yeah. Every time in
they're
running the car quite low, and with that, you kind of make sense of running it stiff. The driver looks like they're having the roughest ride,
trop tard.
literally, out of anyone else on the track. And
people are looking for answers.
It doesn't seem right to me the way it looks on track. Yeah. But let's wait and see. I mean, other teams have the data. I haven't seen any data from that.
I mean, no one's doubting you. They're just saying, right,
tu revois la pole.
Show me the money.
Ouais, tu vas devoir en faire d'autres, des révisions après les essais libres, je pense, du coup.
Not even going to bother draining the fuel out of the car.
Magnussen did improve and put in a 1:31.8 to go 8th fastest in this session, of which there is an hour and 2 minutes left of testing for 2023. This time next week will be slap bang in the middle, Antoine, of qualifying. You'll be analysing a few people who've had mishaps in Q1 and haven't made it through to Q2.
Tense moments on the Skypad in between qualifying sessions, asking for clips to come through. Please, transfer.
Give us those clips. I mean, seriously, we are going to have to come up with, if we can, some form of a pecking order in the next hour or so, which could be tricky. Or
Red Bull,
really?
Yeah, Red Bull, Ferrari, pretty close.
Yeah.
Mercedes a little bit away, about 3-4 tenths away.
Hang on, say that again. Red Bull?
I reckon Red Bull. I reckon they got about 2-3 tenths over Ferrari.
Okay.
Qualifying. Ferrari, Mercedes then another 3 tenths away.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to say Aston Martin.
Okay.
Another 2 tenths away.
Yeah.
Then, from what I've seen, I'm going to say Haas.
You're going.
Il voit As P5, le mec qui parle là. Enfin, 5ème force, dis donc, je suis pas sûr de ça. Hein.
Alpha Tauri. McLaren. Ooh. And I don't know about times at this stage.
Et Alpine dans tout ça?
Just my gut feeling of things I've seen.
Yeah.
Williams, Alfa Romeo, then Williams.
Okay. You think Alfa Romeo have dropped down from their 6th place in the Constructors' Championship last year to 9th?
Well, I'm not talking championship, I'm just
going into the first race.
Yeah, going into the first race.
See, that's
my prediction.
That's bold. I like it. I like bold.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's bold about it?
Bold. Because I'm edging more to Red Bull, yes. Ferrari, yes. But a bit closer than 2 or 3 tenths. I still think.
I hope you're right.
I still think I'm waiting to see Ferrari run at full
314 Hamilton, c'est tout.
Sure. I don't think Red Bull are, but I think Ferrari are really turning the revs down a little bit here, and not wanting to hide, not wanting to show what they've got. This time yesterday, I wondered.
Alors, est-ce qu'ils ont bridé le moteur
Aston Martin made significant
pour son
ground,
tour rapide?
and could they be above Mercedes?
Peut-être.
Who said it's going to be a long night finding a solution? And I don't know if Mercedes have swapped their chassis from yesterday to today. I have a feeling that they might have swapped their chassis from.
Chassis have very little to do with it.
Well, you can say that, but there are various drivers out there who would swear that their chassis is very different.
Unless it comes down to weight to the chassis, which they often get lighter as the season goes on because they learn new production methods, manufacturing methods.
Take the chassis out.
But the chassis is just simply a cell that everything else bolts onto. You've got a lot more chance for the other components bolting onto the monocoque of going wrong than the monocoque itself.
Either way, Mercedes promised a late night to find a solution. They might just have done that today. And Mercedes Aston Martin, I think, are very closely matched.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
I think that's bold.
I like being bold sometimes. Yesterday, I thought Aston Martin might have made a little step improvement, but I think Mercedes have come back onto the track today with a much better.
It looks better, yeah.
Set up
but the
on their
car still looks a bit pointy.
Yeah.
On entry, that mid-corner understeer starts to creep in, and then you get the snap oversteer exit from medium speed.
See, then Pietro Fittipaldi, you know, who you were grilling at the time, might be me, but I think you were nearer to him there, and you had the old thumb squeeze on. Where are Haas going to be in the pecking order? 5th to 7th, he said. You've gone for 5th on this one.
Which I said at the time, I thought he was being a bit more conservative by saying, yeah, maybe down to 7th. But I reckon it, yeah, well, look, maybe we'll see here. Is this Hulkenberg?
This is his second lap on these tyres, I think, isn't it? I would put Alpine above Haas by reputation a little bit, but Haas have had a good winter in terms of build of car, the way that things have come together, more integration with the facility in Banbury. So maybe I'll go with you. Haas over Alpine going into the first race. I think McLaren are ahead of AlphaTauri.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm going to stick with Alpha. This is a good track for them.
And I think Alfa Romeo might be ahead of AlphaTauri as well.
Ooh.
And I do think Williams are going to start the season at the back, but closer. I ought to write all that down, really, just so that I could...
I thought you were writing it down.
No, I struggle to write and talk at the same time.
You were pretending to write it down.
I was just...
You're looking all studious with your glasses on and your pen out and your notebook, chatting away.
I'm going to write Mercedes, Aston Martin, joint 3rd.
So Magnussen on his second lap. It's quite often you see them go faster in the first sector, and it's round in the second sector the tyres start to fall away. So can he keep this going? Yes, he can. Another personal best for Magnussen. They said, what happened on his first lap? I wasn't really concentrating, if I'm honest. Down towards the final corner, bring the car to the left-hand side. Meet the apex of 14, hang on in there for 15, that final kink. That looked quite decent from Magnussen. goes up to P6, just behind Tsunoda. Both drivers on the C4. A nod of approval. 2 nods of approval from the Haskell. See?
Yeah, see?
Pietro is right.
If there's more than 1 nod of approval, and that's the way it goes.
I like that image.
A 1:31.3 for Kevin Magnussen.
And they're thinking
6th fastest.
They're nodding with approval, Crofty, because they're thinking, and there's another with this Ferrari engine in the back of it. We know there's another 4/10 in the bag. Alpine riding on board with Esteban Ocon into turn 10 on the C1 tyre by the looks of it. Sorry, it's saying C3 there, but that's the white stripe.
So it should be
just our camera that we've got.
No, that is white stripe.
Yeah, it's definitely C1, isn't it?
Yes.
Graphics for, or maybe it was just saying that his fastest time earlier on was done on the C3. Yeah, that's what it would have been. So yeah, C1. So this is a tyre they've got for next week. So this is very relevant with the race start being at 6.
Tsunoda fait un bon chrono en C4.
Again, there, see the rear sort of bouncing.
Ouais, c'est vrai, c'était.
To the surface as he was on the brakes. I haven't seen any other car property look like this. Look at the ride there. Porpoising away, bouncing as well. He gets to this bump going into turn 1.
Un peu, ouais. C'est vrai, plus que les autres, peut-être.
It looks more reminiscent of all the cars we would see last year.
Yeah, it does.
In my opinion.
Whereas last year we didn't see it from the Alpine. They looked a little bit different.
Ouais, Merco avait une meilleure de Max hier. Alors peut-être des réglages différents où ils ont bridé le moteur pour pas trop en dévoiler. Dans le tour rapide d'Hamilton, peut-être.
Their car seems to be porpoising like we saw last year, but also with a lot more movement because it's softer and maybe higher up.
He's heavy with fuel, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on the, like I said, on the hard tyre, and this is definitely a more focused towards the race. Maybe they feel like that at Alpine, that this is where the main focus has to be, and they don't really.
Putain, mais tu tweets, je Twitch à YouTube, toi, tu fais quoi là? Décide-toi, tu restes sur Twitch ou YouTube du coup? Oui, il n'arrivait pas à le suivre, c'est vrai. Après, il y a peut-être quand c'est des sens différents aussi entre les deux. Ça peut jouer.
Yeah, so you just saw there the understeer creep in the mid-corner of 11, and then that resulted in a bit of snappiness on the rear. He couldn't quite get on the power where he wanted. 13, a very late turn in there. Lots of different drivers have different approaches for that corner. Depends a lot on the wind's direction as well, but he felt like he'd go for a late turn in, but again the rear just moving around, snapping a bit in mid-corner. Floats the whole car kind of this neutral drift as he turned in to the final couple of corners there at 14. And it felt like to me, carried a bit too much speed, and the car didn't respond very well to that.
It was almost like it was drifting, and he was suddenly just floating a little bit till it got straight again, and then get back on the power.
And that's just pure grip.
Yeah.
If you looked at that in the data, you'd see that the minimum speed was just too low, and you've made more of a U shape of the corner rather than a V. And
do you know that could have been that could have been
hurdles.
One of the silliest injuries we've ever seen since Juan Pablo Montoya played tennis. I think that was the excuse, and missed a race all those years ago. Well done, Lando, for clearing the tensor barrier, though. Oh, I tell you what.
Obviously, I could have walked under it.
No need to limbo.
Dread to think what you would have done to it.
I'd just run through it at speed.
Shouting, power!
You know those rhinos that run the London Marathon? Yeah.
Do I?
You've seen them, the people that put the rhino costume on that run the London Marathon.
Yeah.
I once worked out that at full speed, a rhino would take something like 36 minutes to run a marathon, because they're actually quite fast. And the presenter at the time said, yeah, but what if they hit the wall? I went, they'd just run straight through it, wouldn't they? They're a rhino.
Inertia.
Exactly. But that's what I'd have done to the tensor barrier there. Rachel Brooks promised us she was going trackside. Absolutely no idea where she's got to. Oh, there she is with Pietro down at turn 1 and 2.
I am indeed, and Sergio Perez is about to come past us on a new set of tyres, so let's have a look and see what he does with this. I love this part of testing Pietro because it's the
final evening, the last bits of running for all the teams. But I tell you who I think is loving it even more right now, and that's Fernando Alonso. We've watched him chasing Carlos Sainz around this track. You can almost feel the smile from here from him, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, they were consecutive laps pushing, possibly on a high fuel run on the same tire, I believe. I saw that white strip on both their tires. And they look super competitive. I mean, even I was out on track the past 3 days just looking at all the cars and kind of trying to see Haas compared to the other cars, and their car just looks extremely compliant, super strong.
I nearly jumped a moment ago because one of the cars coming through here now is we see the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas out on track, going up this here towards turn 2. And if you just listen to this, oh, he didn't hit it. Someone else will, but the noise the plank makes as it goes over at the top of that turn there, up at 3, that one that the Ferrari just made, it just shows you how low at some points they are running these cars, even though that ride height's been raised a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got to skate it sometimes, you know, so that's just basically the plank or the floor just hitting the curbs, and it's normal. I mean, you can get some damage from it, but, you know, if you're not running low, you're not going to be quick enough.
I wanted to ask you, when you look at a car coming through here, what sort of car do you want to see out there? If you're going to be getting in it later, what do you want to see through here? We've got Red Bull coming around now. What do you want to see?
I mean, you want very strong braking performance, braking in a straight line so you can brake as late as possible. But the important time in turn 1 and 2, it's the exit. Because by the time you get to full throttle, it's a long way all the way down to turn 4. So you want to be able to traction out of the corner as well. So the combined traction part is super important.
Salut, toi, ça va?
Flat. So you're constantly just trying to feather the throttle in until you get to 100%
Ils ont dit que
throttle, which is just after
oh là,
turn
30.3.
2, about now. That's
Oh
when
là
you're
là,
at
oh putain, 30.3
Where do you think Alpine are?
en C4.
Go past through there. We do seem to be seeing some sort of pecking order with the Red Bull and the Ferrari, and then
Mais Canal c'est à 16h55. Vous m'énervez. Vous m'énervez dans ce chat. Bien sûr que je serais passé si c'était déjà Canal. Ils l'ont dit tout à l'heure en plus. N'écoutez pas.
But it doesn't seem so easy for them. It looks like they're struggling a little bit with the car. I could be wrong, but from my point of view, it doesn't look easy at the moment.
We saw some sort of approving nods. It gets me every time, that noise. We saw some approving nods from the Haas garage a little bit earlier. How are the team feeling right now?
30.3 en C4.
I think we're happy. You know, obviously the team always wants more. We know the area we need to work on the car. But we did a good step this afternoon, made some good changes today that was very positive, but we know that midfield pack is so tight, so it's going to be crucial
bon, au moins
to
ça
get the car in the right
tenir.
window for this first
Bon,
race
ce
weekend
sera en
in Bahrain,
29 facile en fait. Je pensais pas que ça descendra autant dès aujourd'hui en fait. Ils vont faire 29 en pôle, hein, ouais, comme tu disais, peut-être 29-0, 29-1 en fait.
We're all excited for this brand new Formula 1 season, Crofty, but we're going to let you guys take us through to the checkered flag for this testing session. And my thanks to everybody who's worked with us on this week. It's been great fun.
Yes, and thank you, Rachel, too. It's been absolutely brilliant to have your company.
Oui,
in the commentary
revois
box,
ça.
trackside, and first thing in the morning in the paddock with Ant as well. While you and Pietro were talking and we were listening, we were also watching. I think everyone else was watching, and Sergio Perez went purple, with a 130.3. Now this was on the C4 tyres, which of course weren't used last year in qualifying, for which Charles Leclerc got pole with a 130.5. So we're 0.2 faster. And there's a trade-off, isn't there, Anne? I know he's on the C4 tyres there, but the floor edges have been raised 15 mil, designed, you know, get rid of porpoising to have an effect, that ground effect. That Red Bull looks mighty. With that sort of a time.
It was a tidy lap. The car looked good. Looked a little bit lighter to me than it was.
T'as l'impression qu'ils ont un problème moteur.
And yeah,
non, ils ont peut-être bridé la voiture, tout simplement.
Set the benchmark for all others to follow. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds next week when they're all on the same tyres and a harder range of tyres. For that matter, maybe, who knows, maybe that car just responds so well to the softer tyre, can keep them alive, more importantly, for the whole lap. Whereas that's going to be a different task, a different requirement.
Aïe aïe aïe.
The tyre they'll be on next week, and it'll be more about how you can, in these.
Non, je pense pas qu'ils aient un problème moteur, ou alors ils l'ont bridé pour le préserver en vue de prochain rendez-vous. peut-être.
These are the C3s.
Looks like C3.
So the C3 will be the soft tyre for the Bahrain Grand Prix next week. So this run, if it's not a race run and leaden with fuel, might be a bit more representative of where Aston Martin could be putting their times.
It doesn't look like
doesn't look like he's pushing too hard, does it?
No, he looks more like he's in a race run. Yeah, the telltale sign of the rear lights flashing as well as he makes his way through turn 12. The car in not deploying the energy from the battery pack to warn other cars behind that follow that the car might be slowing down, decelerating more than you would imagine. Without them, you could end up running into that's why we actually have the rain lights that flash on and off when the car is not deploying energy anymore. It's not that necessarily that it's harvesting energy, it's that the car actually starts to decelerate, and that's there as a warning for the driver that follows.
Very helpful indeed. Red, so it flashes red, doesn't it, from the rear, but when does it flash? Is it green? When you've got a proper rookie on board?
That's rookie, and I think it's to do with mileage in the car as well. Just Lando looking in the mirrors there, left it to the last minute to start his lap. I thought, oof, he's going really slow there. He's going to get in the way of the Alpine, but no, should have trusted him. Like we should have trusted him at the start. That start that they did.
Wincing,
of course.
Don't have a silly injury jumping a tensor barrier.
Oh no, sorry, I was talking about the dummy race start that we did the other day. Yeah.
That was a wince too.
He was always going to make that tensor barrier, Crofty. I don't know what you can, but he's an athlete.
So, this is a scenario. If it had jumped the tensor barrier and fallen and sprained his ankle or something and couldn't race next week, which we don't want to happen at all, then McLaren will be able to call on the services of Felipe Drugovich or Stoffel van Dorn, because they've got an arrangement with Aston Martin, haven't they, for their reserve driver, of which Aston Martin might need the services of Felipe Drugovich or Stoffel van Dorn. That'd be a conversation. Right, lads.
Flip the coin.
Lance can't make it either. Which car do you fancy?
Well, looking at how the car bit him going into turn 9, I think that would be a fight to see who would get inside the Aston Martin.
On veut tous la même chose hein, chez les fans, je pense que surtout vu ce qui s'est passé en 2021, on veut tous le voir gagner un 8e titre, clairement. C'est évident.
I think it coincided over the bar. I'd like to see that one again actually, and I can hear under my own voice the car crashing into the ground as the plank is hitting the floor there at speed. So
je crois qu'il a fait son temps avec Van Dorn.
1.8 seconds down. I know it's on the C3 tyre, but it didn't look nice, if I'm honest, and hopefully they're running a lot of fuel in that car.
Could that make it be hitting the ground quite a bit too?
It can do, but you would usually compensate for that. It's set up as well. That's very quick into that corner, Sergio Perez, and I'm not surprised to see it running wide, but he made it past the bump at least unscathed, from which affected Lando Norris's lap. Yeah, that was really. I think you missed it.
Parce que c'est une écurie de merde, tout simplement, Williams.
You're looking away from the screen, but I just caught it in the corner of my eye where it really.
Ah, ou alors ils en ont, mais on le sait pas.
So Sergio Perez's work is done for the time being. And on the C4 tyre, he has a 1:30.3 as his fastest time and the fastest time of the day. And
Verstappen ne doit pas être très confiant pour la saison. Ah bon?
C5 tyre, although that might not be the better time.
Pourquoi il serait pas confiant?
Vu
les temps de la Red Bull.
By the time we get to the final sector, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, third and fourth fastest, separated only by a couple of hundredths of a second, and both on the C4 tyre.
Je serais Red Bull, je serais très confiant. Hein. D'ailleurs, ils le disent. Hein. Tout se passe comme sur des roulettes.
Nearly a second back, Valtteri Bottas and Kevin Magnussen have gone out on the soft tyre for Bottas and the medium tyre for Magnussen. They've just gone back out. George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Felipe Drugovich completing the top 10. Drugovich did 77 laps this morning. I asked him.
Ça serait bien, ouais, qu'il se rebelle un peu.
Oh, fine, I enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. Right, Ted Kravitz, we've missed you. Where have you been for the past hour or so?
Hello, Crofty. Where have I been? I've been finishing my work for, for Sky F1, for our other television outlet. In fact, so I've just shot Development Corner. So if you're sorry, go on.
Mais quel rapport avec je comprends pas ton raisonnement. S'ils sont rapides à Bahrein, ils seront rapides sur beaucoup d'autres circuits en vrai.
You're watching us on live testing
T'inquiète pas pour ça.
Sky F1 in the UK. This will apply to you. Everyone watching around the world.
C'est inquiétant pour Mercedes.
But at 9 p.m. UK time, we've got Development Corner. So the guest is Mike Elliott from Mercedes. Because my thinking was,
que dire de Ferrari dans ce cas, parce qu'ils améliorent pas alors. Voilà, eux ils veulent pas faire de chrono pour pas montrer leur jeu, mais ils sont quoi
describing what they've done to this car, what all the thinking behind it is, and whether they're going to go to a B version of the car, a copy of the Red Bull. Spoiler alert, they're not, but it will look slightly different when the upgrade package comes around the European leg of the season. But he's also explaining that they have got different.
Allez, Fernando et Sainz, faites des temps. Pour moi, ce que vous avez dans le ventre. Ah, Albon, ouais, c'est moins bien d'un coup. 13e. Là, on voit le vrai niveau de la Williams, du coup.
Of the notebook, of course, which reflects the day. But in that, Crofty, I'll be talking about the last hour of testing for Mercedes, which I know Rachel's saying it's her favourite part of testing, and I tend to agree, but I think everyone's run out of tyres, to be honest. And certainly we're not going to get one final glory run from Mercedes, because I think they're running a bit low on tyres as well. So there's going to be a bit more long running. The car's just been in the garage being worked on, a little bit of a setup change at the back of the car.
4e de retard en secteur 2, c'est pas si énorme. Il va faire un bon chrono, je pense.
Anthony, you've been talking about this, or you've been talking about this with Anthony. It's always been a rear limited circuit, perhaps the most rear limited circuit of them all, and that's a bit of an issue for the way this Mercedes car is at the moment. I think if they were to go testing it somewhere, a circuit that's a bit more to their liking,
3e à 5 dixièmes du leader. Bon, en C5 aussi, attention. Allez, Lewis repart en piste là, te battre.
Where he goes on a bit more of a long run as he continues, having made that setup change.
Ted Kravitz, we have actually had a few tweets about this. How many sets of tyres do the teams get each day from Pirelli? And I really should have asked Mario Isola this, but we were talking about a lot of other things as well.
I'm sorry, my talkback seems to have failed, and I didn't hear your last question. So I'll go up and go to some other teams, and then get back to you, Crofty.
Hey, just try and find out. This is a challenge.
Sorry, that secret code for I have no idea. And let me go
I didn't think you would, but you'll know a man or a lady who does.
I will go and ask somebody and find out. I've got no idea. We should know that, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Because it is a different allocation to which the teams will get during the course of a race weekend. And no, the engines that are run at testing do not count for the season allocation either. That much I do know on this one. And I really should have asked Mario Isola when he came in, because I've had a few people tweet to say, yeah, how many sets of tyres, Crofty, are they allowed to use? But if a lot of the teams have now run out of tyres, that doesn't surprise me, because we've had a huge amount of mileage in this test, because there haven't really been that many red flags.
I've only just got my head around which stripe is which, Crofty. I don't know how many the damn things they've got.
What worries me is that we finally learned we're just going to go back to white, yellow or red next week.
Brilliant. Soft, medium and hard. Excellent. I can get that. Yeah. C0.
I had to ask.
C0, 1.
I mean,
1.5.
You'll see 1.5. I'm sorry. It's all at C with that one.
No, it's because they didn't want to. I get that they didn't want to change the C5, the C4, the C3, and the C2.
Right.
They didn't want to go shifting all of those one digit higher.
But they should, because they're not.
You know, you would have complained if they didn't. Oh, that used to be the C5. I can just hear it now.
I don't complain. I observe in a negative fashion. Esteban Ocon's still bouncing away, isn't he?
Oh, look at that.
That was a bust.
Big bump. It is more crashing into the ground, isn't it, than porpoising, I'd say.
I think so. That's not nice, though, is it?
No one else looks like this. I'm yet to be convinced this car is kind of in best of the rest category. But
I'm with you on that one.
You've got to listen to the experts down there, Crofty. They're the ones with the data.
That's why I've put the Haas above the Alpine in my pecking order going into the first race. And the fact that I'm scared of Günther Steiner.
Yeah.
No, I think the Haas has got big potential. The thing is, though, who will be bringing a few upgrades to the first race that we've not necessarily seen here in testing? Will anyone?
Oh, that's a bit of a tight turnaround, though. I don't think...
No, it could be stuff that might already have been in the system.
I'll be surprised. I don't think we're going to see what we saw last year.
Non, Perez ne sera jamais champion avec Max dans la même équipe.
Yeah, that's a very tight turnaround.
Ceux qui croient ça sont des naïfs.
I get what you mean being in the pipeline, but
pour être gentil, hein.
They've rushed to get.
C'est des gros cons.
What we learned from last year, that's the difference there. They've got a clearer direction and where they wanted to be at this
Hors de
point.
question de revivre une saison pour Red Bull tout.
124 laps, as you can see.
Eh, mon pauvre, si c'est le cas, on n'aura pas trop le choix. Hein. On peut rien faire. Hein. De notre siège, de notre fauteuil, on peut rien faire. Moi, je suis d'accord. Hein, mais... C'est aux autres de se bouger aussi et de les concurrencer mieux que ça, quoi, en fait. Alors, Lewis est de nouveau en piste. Est-ce qu'il a embarqué plein d'essence ou pas?
Yeah, I like it too.
Vu les chronos, ça a l'air d'être le cas, oui. Lewis roule avec 4 pneus, là je sais pas actuellement. Peut-être que c'est marqué là. Il a des médiums apparemment. Des médiums qui ont 7 tours.
But I like the fact that we've had action on the track, we've not had lengthy delays, the teams have had to get on with it and do their learning in the most efficient.
Bon, autant vous dire qu'il ne cherchera pas le chrono, c'est fini.
I think the only thing that's a shame is that it's all at the same circuit. I like the 3-day test concept before the first race, but I know you're asking more logistically to do it somewhere else, but I just feel like they've really learned a lot. And with the extra reliability they've got, it's maybe it dilutes a little bit. It's all a bit too familiar, at least for us watching. I feel like I've learned so much this week.
Yeah, I agree. What I would like to see then maybe, because I think this is a fine venue for testing. I really do. Weather seems to be pretty stable. The track's got plenty of different challenges. They can run.
Well, you miss high-speed corners around this track.
Yeah,
it's people say, yeah, turn 12. I don't class that as a high-speed corner. It's more turn 3, turn 9 at Barcelona, Copse, Maggots, Beckett, Silverstone. They're true high-speed corners, and we don't really have that here at this track. So that's the thing you miss on this circuit, and it's got a very bizarre surface as well. Never been resurfaced since the original layout in 2004. So the lowest grip surface of the entire calendar that we go up to. So teams wouldn't choose this place, Crofty, as a test circuit.
No, they wouldn't.
As their ultimate test track. But it shows up some weaknesses, particularly in low-speed corner balance from your car.
But in terms of getting the job done over 3 days and not having to suffer too cold temperatures in Europe at this time of the year, I think it's important that they get the action in. But there are many different layouts of this place. And do you remember the old, very long Grand Prix layout that we ran here that did not lend itself to good racing, it has to be said.
Had to be tried.
Had to be tried.
But it was soon forgotten.
Wasn't a good race. Why don't we test on that layout? So that way, at least it's all about testing the car, the interaction with the tyres, the DEG, the setup,
getting rookies up to speed.
Rookies up to speed, all of that, without necessarily making it into 3 days worth of extra practice sessions for the first Grand Prix.
Like anything, can always be improved.
Except us. because sometimes there's just no point. C5 tyres for Valtteri Bottas.
I mean, there's no desire to improve.
Exactly.
Yeah.
People like, yeah. Honestly, we could watch paint dry. It would be a much more important thing to do. C5 tyres, they're brand spanking new for Valtteri Bottas. He's not run out of tyres. He's saved it for a glory run now. Remember yesterday with his teammate Joe Guan Yu, who put in 133 laps and was fastest on day 2.
Sur un tour chrono.
Valtteri's going for it now.
Toujours en C5.
Prove me wrong. I'm not down there with the McLarens and the Williamses.
He's gone so fast.
So he's broken the camera.
Ah merde, Canal, ça doit être recommencé. Right. Je regarde juste le tour de Bottas.
Sneak a little bit of extra track on the left-hand side.
Parce que là, c'est l'heure qui...
Squeeze the throttle as early as you dare on the exit. You don't want any snaps.
3 dixièmes de retard en secteur 1.
Sector only for him. Not a personal best and 3/10 down already after sector 1. The rear just steps out momentarily just after turn-in into turn 8, which he corrects nicely, but it's not the fastest way to get through that corner into turn 10. Looks like it hooks up okay, not brilliant rotation in the car. I think he would have asked for a little bit more front end there. Might still be set up for more of a race balance, who knows, where you take a little bit of front end away from the car to help protect, as we heard earlier on. This has been Mario Isola, that it's the rears that are taking the brunt of the force around this track, so you relieve the front end of some pointiness to help the rears, and yeah, 6/10 down.
There's a better middle sector though. There were more green mini sectors in it from Valtteri Bottas.
But overall only,
Et il va boucler son tour en...
The first or second sector
1:31
or the last, so
31-0.
7/10 away at the end.
C'est un peu loin. C'est un peu loin, Valtteri. Il n'a pas amélioré du coup. Alors, let's go. On va mettre le stream 12.
Ça, c'est pour la raison pour laquelle on a de tel niveau, c'est qu'il y a toujours une remise en question perpétuelle de toute façon. Donc oui, c'est l'équipe championne du monde en titre avec le pilote champion du monde en titre. Il n'y a pas eu un chamboulement au niveau des réglementations, donc logiquement c'est simplement une continuité, mais on sait que Red Bull a une certaine pénalité par rapport au développement aéro, donc on peut se poser des questions, savoir s'ils ont été rattrapés ou pas. Ils nous ont annoncé en tout cas que eux pensaient avoir fait des progrès au niveau du moteur MJU. Ensuite, on sait que la voiture est très bien née, mais on est obligé de se poser la question. Alors c'est toujours mieux de se poser la question quand on est premier, comme ils l'ont fait régulièrement pendant ces essais. On est quand même un petit peu plus serein. Mais en effet, on ne sait jamais. Et l'objectif étant d'être à nouveau champion du monde, on a oublié ce qui s'est passé dans les années passées. Et puis maintenant, on pense qu'au futur et au week-end prochain à la première course.
Ces essais nous servent bien sûr à comprendre un petit peu mieux ces monoplaces, à les observer, à les découvrir, ces nouvelles monoplaces. Il ne se passe pas toujours grand-chose en piste, mais quand même aujourd'hui il y a eu quelques petites passes d'armes assez sympas. On va vous en montrer une justement qui correspond à Red Bull et Ferrari avec Sergio Pérez. Regardez, c'était un petit peu plus tôt tout à l'heure, Sergio Pérez et Carlos Sainz. Petite passe d'armes Loïc en piste.
Oui, alors qui a bien gêné Sergio Pérez, parce qu'en fait il était dans un tour rapide avec ses pneus tendres et il allait vraiment chercher la perfo. C'était un de ses premiers tours chrono en simulation un petit peu qualif. Il a été gêné un peu par Sainz, qui l'a pas du tout laissé passer, hein, qui a fait son boulot, lui qui était plutôt dans un long relais. Et puis là on va voir donc Pérez qui va passer la ligne d'arrivée, enfin qui a passé la ligne d'arrivée, après qui a levé le pied et Sainz est repassé. Clairement il a été gêné à ce moment-là, mais bon, ça fait partie aussi du jeu. Il y a des moments où vous rattrapez les autres et eux sont aussi dans leur programme d'essai et ils peuvent pas lever le pied pour vous faire plaisir.
Vous voyez évidemment que le soleil s'est couché sur Bahrein, il est 19h03 sur le circuit de Sakhir, 2 heures de plus, et d'ailleurs ce seront les conditions du Grand Prix la semaine prochaine puisqu'il se déroulera à 16h sur Canal et qu'il fera nuit à Bahrein. Donc ce sont des conditions qui sont très très bonnes pour envisager, pour préparer la première course de la saison, même si pas mal d'équipes ont encore des petites choses à tester sur leur monoplace. Ils auront aussi les essais libres bien sûr vendredi et samedi prochain sur ce même circuit.
C'est vrai que les séances d'essai de l'après-midi et du soir sont sont plus qualitatives entre guillemets pour les équipes parce que ça correspond à quelque chose qu'ils vont rencontrer à cette première course, alors que les séances d'essai du matin ou début d'après-midi, les températures sont très élevées, c'est un circuit qui dégrade beaucoup, du coup les données qu'on peut en avoir vont pas vraiment nous aider, en tout cas pour la première course. Ça nous permet de faire du roulage, ça nous permet de tester un petit peu d'aéro, mais par contre on peut pas réussir à se mettre dans des conditions vraiment similaires à ce qu'on peut avoir là. Pour vous donner une simple idée, là pour le moment on est en température de piste à 28,9 degrés alors qu'on approchait les 43 degrés cet après-midi, donc c'est une énorme différence et le pneumatique bien sûr ne se comporte pas de la même manière en plein après-midi et en fin de journée.
Et on va aller chez Alpine maintenant retrouver Julien qui est devant le stand de l'équipe française.
Oui, ça fait aussi partie de ce travail au fil de ces 3 jours, mais encore un petit peu plus ce dernier jour. Des arrêts au stand, la voiture va tout de suite repartir. On attend évidemment que l'Alpha Tauri soit passé et Esteban Ocon reprend la piste. On va retourner profiter d'être chez Alpine parce que les mécaniciens s'entraînent à effectuer des arrêts et ils revoient immédiatement leurs prestations sur les écrans, sur le côté. Venez à l'approche de l'entrée du garage, sur le côté gauche, vous voyez sur les écrans, eh bien, les mécaniciens peuvent tout de suite revoir leurs performances.
On a déjà failli avoir le cas sur certaines courses l'année dernière.
Et donc corriger en temps réel. Là, il y a eu 2 arrêts
heureusement, c'est vite rentré dans l'ordre.
Et immédiatement en replay sur les écrans à l'intérieur du stand, eh bien, ils peuvent ainsi retravailler et s'améliorer sur le coup suivant. Je profite d'être chez Alpine pour vous parler niveau de performance et travail qui a été effectué. Il y a eu beaucoup hier de travail de réglage sur l'Alpine et c'est aussi pour ça qu'on l'a un petit peu moins vu en piste. C'est parce qu'on a passé pas mal de temps au sein de l'équipe française à effectuer des changements. Et vous le savez, et Loïc le sait parfaitement bien, eh bien les différentes zones de la voiture ne sont pas toutes aussi accessibles et faciles d'accès selon l'endroit au niveau des suspensions.
Moi, ce qui m'inquiète, c'est vraiment McLaren.
De roulage hier s'explique
et Alpine dans une moindre mesure. Bon, Alpine, je pense qu'ils ont mieux sous le pied, mais c'est vrai que leur chrono à Alpine aussi, c'est pas terrible.
Sur la droite de l'image,
les McLaren, ils sont vraiment fébriles.
Un petit peu tout à l'heure, la voiture qui est pilotée par Kevin Magnussen sur la piste cet après-midi. On a vu son patron regarder ce qui se passait du côté du garage. Untersteiner, c'est le principal de Haas, et il se dit dans le paddock que finalement pour Haas, pour l'équipe américaine, eh bien c'était peut-être l'avant-saison, les tests de pré-saison qui étaient les plus réussis depuis l'arrivée de Haas en Formule 1 en 2016, que vous êtes de cet avis, parce que c'est vrai qu'au niveau de la fiabilité, ça s'est plutôt bien passé pour eux.
Oui, et encore une fois, on est dans une continuité de règlement par rapport à l'année dernière, et l'année dernière, elle a été quand même assez surprenante, cette Haas en début de saison, je crois avec un top 5 de Kevin Magnussen à Bahrein. Il y a même eu une pole position au Brésil, donc la voiture était quand même plutôt bien née. Du coup, on n'a pas eu besoin de tout chambouler, c'était vraiment une continuité. Qui dit continuité dit qu'en termes de fiabilité, on arrive à trouver de la fiabilité plus facilement. Et par contre, la performance de la voiture est plutôt bien. On les a vus régulièrement, que ce soit hier ou encore aujourd'hui. Ils sont dans le top 10. Ça a l'air de fonctionner correctement. Et puis, on a aussi 2 pilotes d'expérience qui permet de donner pas mal d'indications de direction.
Ouais, c'est vrai que
Lewis Hamilton,
Tsunoda est largement devant, mais après De Vries ce matin il cherchait pas la qualif. Il cherchait vraiment les chronos courses.
De la gamme Pirelli, vous avez très bien expliqué.
Il peut pas être à 7 secondes à la régulière de Tsunoda, c'est juste qu'il avait beaucoup d'essence en fait. Toute la journée, enfin toute la matinée.
Il est à, vous voyez, 3 dixièmes et demi de Sergio Pérez. Ça va mieux aujourd'hui quand même pour Mercedes, parce qu'hier ils ont été handicapés. Ils comprenaient pas bien, bon c'est encore un petit peu le cas, mais ils comprenaient pas bien le comportement de la monoplace. Et puis il y a eu ce problème hydraulique sur la voiture de George Russell. Ça a l'air d'être un petit peu plus satisfaisant aujourd'hui.
Alors, ce qui est dur en fait pour un pilote, c'est que je crois, si je me trompe pas, que Lewis Hamilton le premier jour avait roulé l'après-midi, le matin.
McLaren qui va se battre pour sortir de la Q1.
Si je me souviens.
Putain, avec Williams en fait, ils vont se battre pour les dernières places avec Williams.
Il était l'après-midi. Et du coup, il fait vraiment plus chaud l'après-midi. En termes de
après, pour débuter, pour Piastri,
dégradation. Et clairement hier il
être
était
dans une
très
équipe
mécontent,
de fond de grille, pourquoi pas, hein.
de la voiture.
Ça lui met moins de pression du coup.
En fin de matinée, début d'après-midi, parce qu'il faisait très chaud.
Oui, hier il a roulé le matin, donc
voilà,
c'est-à-dire
exactement. Fin de matinée, et donc il faisait vraiment plus chaud, alors que la veille il avait peut-être tourné dans des conditions un petit peu différentes, et donc du coup le comportement de la voiture lui plaisait vraiment pas hier. On l'a vu, hein, on a vu énormément de survirages sur les phases d'entrée.
Et oui, c'est à 59 tours, ouais, il a pas roulé tant que ça. Voilà.
Il était mécontent, on l'a vu encore
ça
un
va,
petit peu
mais
mécontent aujourd'hui, hein. On l'a vu faire des gestes un petit peu dans la voiture lorsqu'il y avait du survirage en traction.
Et
mais
Russell, il a fait 83 tours ce matin.
Les temps sont vraiment plus acceptables, je pense, pour Lewis Hamilton et pour Mercedes, mais il semblerait qu'il y ait une certaine difficulté à comprendre vraiment le comportement de cette voiture. Et puis entre vous et moi, j'étais avec Anthony Davidson il y a peu de temps, qui est le pilote de développement dans le simulateur pour Mercedes, et il me disait que oui, il y avait des nouveautés, oui, il y a eu des choses qui ont été faites dans le bon sens, typiquement ce marsouinage qu'ils avaient l'année dernière qui était très problématique, aujourd'hui ça a disparu, mais par contre ils n'ont pas réglé le problème complet au niveau du manque de performance face à leurs concurrents directs que sont Red Bull et Ferrari, et que ça va pas se faire d'un claquement de doigts.
C'est un peu ce que disait d'ailleurs Toto Wolff hier au micro de Julien Febvre.
Allez, mettez-lui des pneus C5 là, qu'il avait chassé Perez là, avec le 0 essence.
Aujourd'hui et celle que l'on verra vendredi prochain.
Et remettre des jaunes.
Pour le Grand Prix, pour
petit
de la
joueur.
saison.
Bon, il rentre sur le tour
des modifications, des petites modifications. Donc elle va continuer à évoluer. Cette Mercedes, il ne faut pas forcément s'inquiéter. Et de toute façon, pour l'instant, aujourd'hui, on est presque un petit peu plus rapide.
Ah, le truc, il saute au moment où il y a une erreur de pilotage de Lewis. On ne veut pas me montrer.
Ces tests, mais un peu de survirage là, qui l'emmène un peu large sur le vibreur dans cette partie rapide. La fin du deuxième secteur, le début du troisième secteur. Et là, on a Alex Albon chez Williams.
Qui roulait pas.
Ah oui, t'es âgé toi en fait. T'as quel âge?
Albon. Donc la Williams qui est.
Oui, on n'est pas de la même génération visiblement.
Au garage et Alex Albon qui est changé. Déjà.
T'as la cinquantaine, non?
À 19 minutes de la fin de ses essais. Pour Williams, ça s'est pas trop mal passé aussi hein, dans l'ensemble.
Tu veux être le plus vieux des deux chats.
Fiabilité pour l'écurie britannique.
À mon sens, la plus grosse contre-performance entre guillemets, je la vois chez AlphaTauri. Alors on a Tsunoda qui est quand même en 6e position, qui est au volant là justement avec l'AlphaTauri, mais on sent que ça a été assez poussif hein, ces 3 journées d'essai, c'était pas simple. Nick De Vries a fait beaucoup de longs relais ce matin pour
comme son numéro, pas comme son âge du coup.
On voit qu'on
parce qu'il n'a pas 44 ans Lewis.
Avec Tsunoda.
Heureusement pour lui. Je pense pas qu'il sera encore là à 44 ans. Du
mais
coup.
ça a l'air de manquer un tout petit peu de performance, donc il faut espérer qu'il relève le niveau par rapport à la saison dernière.
Bien que avec Alonso, on sait jamais.
Très performante et Pierre Gasly avait fait vraiment de très belles choses. Autant l'année dernière c'était un petit peu plus compliqué. Et on va voir s'ils ont réussi à rectifier le tir pendant l'intersaison.
Je vous refais un petit point sur les pilotes présents, ceux qui roulent en tout cas cet après-midi, parce que c'est jamais très clair. Comme à gauche vous avez l'ensemble des pilotes: Sergio Pérez, Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, Esteban Ocon, Lando Norris, Valtteri Bottas, Fernando Alonso, l'a pas encore vu, Kevin Magnussen et Yuki Tsunoda, et donc Alex Albon, mais on a vu qu'il était déjà changé. Le
Norris qui a mis les hards.
Et Julien Febvre, lui ne roule pas, mais il est chez Mercedes.
Oui, là on est en train de vivre un bal des arrêts dans toutes les équipes quasiment, avec des arrêts à l'appel. Alors cette fois-ci Hamilton ne va pas repartir, il va prendre de l'élan, il va déposer de la gomme sur son emplacement d'arrêt, mais il repart Lewis Hamilton, il a le feu vert. Voilà, il vient de laisser son empreinte au sol de cette pit lane avec une quantité de gomme. Je ne sais pas si on touche le sol maintenant, si c'est chaud ou pas.
Oh, 60 balles en F1.
C'est pas trop chaud.
Ouais, c'était une autre époque, c'est ça.
Il y a du grip maintenant. On est à
20 minutes
de la fin de cette
ça se trouve, il va nous faire un
hivernale. Et les teams enchaînent.
Le mec à 45 ans, il sera encore là en fait. On va jamais s'en débarrasser de Fernando Alonso.
Réalisé pendant toute la période hivernale, pas sur 3 jours bien sûr, mais 1000 arrêts.
Tant qu'il aura la perfo et que les équipes lui donneront des contrats, il va rester.
Sous les 3 secondes, on va s'arrêter chez Alpine. Une 10e fois d'affilée à peu près. À chaque fois, Esteban Ocon fait un arrêt, un tour, rentre immédiatement au stand et refait un arrêt. Et il arrive maintenant, regardez.
57 ans maintenant.
Et Julien, j'avais juste une question, enfin vous avez peut-être la réponse ou peut-être pas tout de suite, mais on a encore 17 minutes pour l'avoir. On est d'accord, logiquement, toutes les équipes qui sont en position là sur le circuit donc sont dans chaque box.
Faut voir, après il n'a pas de contrainte, Alonso il n'a pas de gosse, tu vois.
le week-end de course la semaine prochaine, c'est-à-dire que
il peut faire ce
toute
qu'il veut, en fait.
de leur côté, on est d'accord, ça restera pour eux.
Il est pas emmerdé par les soucis des enfants.
Oui, l'emplacement
il peut se focus que sur la F1. Et ça, c'est un bel avantage d'ailleurs. Vettel, il avait plus cet avantage-là, vu qu'il a 3 enfants. Et du coup, son esprit était divisé, tu vois.
À la voie rapide des stands, et bien maintenant ils sont légèrement en travers.
Du coup, Alonso n'a pas ce problème, et peut-être que c'est sa force aussi.
A effectué un passage au stand
pour explique sa longévité.
Hamilton. On va rester bien sur le côté parce qu'Hamilton repartira à la fin de cet arrêt. Mais effectivement, chaque écurie va garder son garage. Vous savez que dans la logique et la plupart du temps, c'est dans l'ordre du championnat précédent. Et c'est ainsi que maintenant on retrouve Red Bull en première position, Ferrari puis Mercedes.
Et le voilà l'arrêt de Lewis Hamilton qui va donc repartir.
Encore un 10e arrêt pour Lewis.
Pneumatique ou pas, mais probablement que si, il va le reprendre la piste dans quelques instants alors qu'il reste un peu plus de 15 minutes seulement.
Il mettait des rouges là.
Oui, vous voyez bien là du coup ce que disait Julien, que la voiture n'est pas parallèle en fait à la ligne blanche. Vous avez l'emplacement de la voiture avec les lignes jaunes qui est pas complètement parallèle à la ligne blanche. Et pourquoi en fait ils ont fait ça? Ils se sont rendus compte que surtout lorsqu'il y a du trafic dans la pit lane, ça permet quand même aux voitures plus facilement de rentrer dans leurs emplacements et d'être bien positionnées, et on perd rien du tout en fait sur la phase de sortie.
De toute façon, j'imagine qu'on aura un recap de tous les chronos qui ont été faits en cumulé, les meilleurs temps.
Par la FIA.
C'est donc Pérez qui aura le meilleur temps de tous ces 3 jours.
Julien qui est sur place nous l'explique depuis hier. On essaye de se jauger. Les patrons aussi sont beaucoup interrogés sur la performance des autres. C'est le cas notamment de Christian Horner qui s'est un petit peu exprimé tout à l'heure sur les performances de Ferrari, sur les performances de Mercedes et d'autres. Et il disait Ferrari, ils ont l'air plutôt en forme. Mercedes, on a du mal à comprendre. On a du mal à avoir une lecture objective de ce qui peut se passer pour eux en piste. Donc c'était l'avis du patron de Red Bull.
Oui, mais je pense que Mercedes eux-mêmes, à mon avis, ils ont été
oh la vache,
hier.
C'est horreur.
On a eu
oh putain, il y a quelqu'un qui... C'est Pérez, il a gerbé là. Il a gerbé sur le halo. Oh dégueulasse, cette couleur verte.
Ce problème de marsouinage, de pompage en fait que vous aviez en ligne droite qui était très embêtant l'année dernière a été gommé. Donc ça c'était très positif. La voiture se comportait plutôt bien. Et puis hier, elle s'est pas vraiment bien comportée. Lewis Hamilton était vraiment négatif en rapport au comportement de sa voiture qui était trop incisive, trop survireuse en règle générale. En plus, dans l'après-midi, en fin de journée, vous avez eu ce problème hydraulique sur la voiture de Russell. Donc on a fini un peu plus tôt que prévu sur un problème mécanique. Plutôt une journée assez négative, donc c'est bien quand même, je pense, pour l'esprit de tout le monde aussi d'avoir une voiture un peu plus performante aujourd'hui, que ça calme un petit peu tout le monde. Mais à mon sens, par rapport à ce qu'on a pu connaître les années précédentes,
la
Mercedes était la voiture à battre, et elle est toujours un petit peu en dessous, en performance pure par rapport à ce que n'est Red Bull, ça c'est sûr. Point d'interrogation face à la Ferrari. La Ferrari, comme expliquait Charles Leclerc, qui semble être
il n'y a pas que des VSI, il y a des safety cars dans la vie.
On a gagné un petit peu
il y a les safety cars normales aussi. En plus, ça pourrait occuper le pilote de safety car qui doit s'emmerder.
Mais on a
je sais pas s'il est là d'ailleurs.
Dans les virages, donc qui dit aussi moins de traîner, donc ça veut dire peut-être un petit peu moins de charge. Et voilà, maintenant il faut trouver
faire un test de safety car à la fin, ça va peut être marrant.
Vitesse en ligne droite et être vite sur tout le tour dans les virages et sur les freinages.
Alors vous voyez cette virtuelle qui s'inscrit depuis quelques secondes maintenant. Ce sont des tests de procédure aussi qui aident les équipes, les pilotes, la FIA également. Donc il ne se passe rien de particulier en piste, mais on voit
je rappelle pour ceux qui sont là à 18h, on est
de séance, demi-journée. C'était le cas encore une fois ce matin.
Les 5 derniers épisodes du coup, que hier soir j'ai mis les 5 premiers.
Et il y aura après même probablement ensuite un drapeau rouge et quelques procédures de départ également dans ces 13 dernières minutes. Mais là, les
ça va durer
chercher vraiment le chrono
jusqu'à 20h, 20h30 je pense. Ça dépendra de la durée des épisodes.
De ses essais de pré-saison avec le meilleur temps, ce 1:30.
Sachant que je vais même accélérer comme d'habitude.
Lewis Hamilton et Valtteri Bottas. On a aperçu aussi tout à l'heure, on la voit plus, mais la Red Bull de Sergio Pérez. Il n'est pas passé sous un pigeon avec cette peinture verte, on le rappelle à chaque fois. C'est une peinture qui est appliquée dans les stands. Ensuite, très vite, le pilote sort et ça sert à voir les flux d'air, Loïc, sur les monoplaces quand elles sont en piste.
Il y a 12 minutes dans cette session.
Des études qui sont faites d'abord sur ordinateur, on commence à dessiner les pièces, etc. Ensuite, ce sont des voitures, donc on produit ces pièces, on teste tout ça en soufflerie. Donc on a des informations au niveau de la soufflerie, des données, et puis après on construit la voiture, on produit la voiture et on la teste en piste. Donc le dernier test quand même, la vraie valeur de cette auto, c'est en piste, c'est la réalité. Et donc c'est important aussi aussi de voir quel est le flux d'air vraiment en réalité lorsque vous pouvez potentiellement avoir un petit peu de trafic avec d'autres voitures, lorsque vous êtes seul en piste, mais voir en fait le flux d'air sur tous les aspects aéros, donc c'est-à-dire sur votre aileron avant, sur votre front plat, sur les pontons, sur l'aileron arrière, pour voir comment en fait l'air s'écoule le long de la voiture et essayer d'en traduire la performance.
Et comme on le pressentait, le drapeau rouge donc, qui est sorti, toujours ces tests de procédure et les monoplaces qui vont rentrer dans quelques instants dans la voie des stands. Elles auront l'occasion d'en ressortir ensuite pour aller faire quelques essais de départ. Hier, ça avait été un petit peu chaotique hier matin. Maintenant, c'est rentré dans l'ordre. Il y en a eu hier soir et à nouveau ce matin. Ça va mieux à ce niveau-là pour les pilotes. On s'était peut-être pas très bien compris hier matin. Il y a une équipe qu'on n'a pas évoquée cet après-midi parce qu'on n'a pas vu Fernando Alonso à l'image, mais c'est Aston Martin. Je parlais tout à l'heure de ce qui peut se dire dans le paddock, et c'est vrai qu'Aston Martin, qui a eu quelques soucis de fiabilité notamment au tout début, mais finalement pas tant que ça, qu'à Lance Stroll qui est toujours convalescent après sa chute à vélo. Julien nous disait que c'est un problème sur les mains et on ne sait pas encore s'il pourra participer au premier Grand Prix de la saison. C'est le champion de F2 Felipe Drugovich qui l'a remplacé sur ses essais. Mais malgré cela, eh bien, on a vu une Aston Martin plutôt performante et qui pourrait, pourquoi pas, aller rivaliser parfois avec quelques équipes de haut de tableau.
Oui, elle a été. On en a beaucoup parlé pendant l'hiver. La voiture est magnifique, elle est quand même très belle. On sent qu'il y a eu énormément de travail de la part des aérodynamiciens pour trouver des solutions. Donc il y a certaines choses qui se rapprochent de la Red Bull. Enfin, on sent qu'il y a eu beaucoup de travail. Il y a aussi ce nouveau pilote qui est Fernando Alonso. Alors il ne va pas changer grand-chose sur l'aspect technique tout de suite de la voiture, mais en tout cas, la motivation qu'il peut amener, son envie de gagner, son expérience qu'il a pu avoir tout au long de ces années. Donc ça fonctionne plutôt bien pour le moment.
Julien, on voit l'arrêt au stand, enfin l'arrivée au stand de Carlos Sainz à l'instant chez Ferrari.
Oui, avec une chance d'être aussi proche de la voiture, et vous revoyez ces effets toboggan d'air sur les côtés. On regarde aussi le fond plat de la voiture qui paraît assez simple, mais la simplicité ne veut pas dire un manque d'efficacité. En tout cas, c'est une voiture qui s'est encore un petit peu, comment dirais-je, affinée sur ce qui est des pontons, un peu plus musclée dans son allure également, par la finesse de ses pièces et aussi par les angles assez prononcés sur certaines zones de la carrosserie. On vous l'a montré plusieurs fois depuis le début de ces essais jeudi, notamment cet aileron avant avec ces petits flaps. Ils sont au nombre de 5 de chaque côté du nez, donc ces 10 petits flaps à la fois censés rigidifier et maintenir les éléments entre eux, mais également avec un jeu de outwash, c'est-à-dire d'envoi de l'air sur les côtés de la voiture pour au maximum contourner le pneu qui lui est un véritable mur et un frein à l'efficacité aérodynamique. Une monoplace qui est impressionnante visuellement. Le sera-t-elle au chronomètre? On a différents sons de cloche chez Ferrari. Il y a les plus aguerris, les plus expérimentés qui disent attendez, on n'a pas encore fait un seul Grand Prix, on n'a pas fait un mètre en qualification, on n'a pas encore vécu une seule Q3 de qualification par un départ de fait. Donc même s'il y a des tendances, des estimations, ne nous enterrons pas immédiatement face à l'adversité. D'autres n'ont pas encore cet état d'esprit ou sont un petit peu plus réactifs émotionnellement parlant et s'inquiètent déjà de l'écart qui pourrait séparer Red Bull de Ferrari au début de cette saison. C'est cet écart qu'il faudra bien sûr
vont repartir,
mesurer, appréhender.
Est-ce que ça vaut vraiment le coup de rester jusqu'au bout?
Et éventuellement être en mesure
honnêtement,
de le prouver,
pas sûr de ça.
Et on voit Carlos Sainz perd.
J'attends encore un peu, voir s'il y a un peu
dans
d'action.
la monoplace versus Julien sur ces images d'Alfred Ray sur le côté gauche de votre écran. Sur la droite, toutes les monoplaces qui viennent s'immobiliser en bout de voie des stands. Le feu est passé au vert parce qu'il va y avoir un tour de formation maintenant qui va être effectué. Vous avez pu apercevoir le message de la direction de course à l'instant. Tour de formation et très probablement ensuite un essai de départ aussi pour les équipes. Alors toutes les voitures n'y vont pas forcément. On a vu que Carlos Sainz lui était encore dans le garage. Et là, on voit l'Aston Martin de Fernando Alonso et Esteban Ocon dans son Alpine qui ferme la marche au moment de repartir.
Ouais, c'est pas mal quand même.
Départ en essai.
Tu reprends depuis le début ou tu prends la saison 5 du coup?
Charles qui probablement va regarder cet essai de départ. C'est toujours intéressant, les pilotes regardent toujours un petit peu ce qui se passe. c'est toujours important de voir, hein, d'essayer de trouver des petits trucs que font les autres, que pourraient cacher les autres. Et puis voilà, c'est important là pour certains pilotes de se remettre dans la dynamique d'un départ. Alors on l'a vu, on l'a vu hier, on l'a vu aujourd'hui aussi. Bien souvent, le premier départ, en fait, c'est.
Après, la première saison n'est pas terrible.
Qui est annulé et on repart.
Il manque Ferrari, il manque Mercedes. Tu vois un peu Red Bull vite fait avec Horner.
Le deuxième départ, c'est un départ classique.
Mais c'est vrai que les épisodes sur As, Ricciardo et compagnie.
On va voir comment ils vont procéder.
La saison est pas, c'est la pire, c'est le moins bonne.
20 avant la fin, le drapeau à damier.
Je dirais que ça monte crescendo, plus les saisons avancent, mieux c'est en fait.
Les yeux de Sergio Pérez, celui qui est le plus rapide pour l'instant et qui le restera le plus rapide de ces tests. Le pilote Red Bull au volant de sa monoplace qui va aller jusqu'à la grille de départ. Le premier Grand Prix, vous le voyez dans 7 heures, dans 7 jours, 22h36 minutes.
Dans 7 heures, le premier Grand Prix, minuit 20,
le début
minuit 30
de la saison avec le Grand Prix de Bahreïn. Ce sera dimanche prochain à partir de 16h sur Canal.
Ouais, il y a quand même embarqué, c'est pas mal. Oh là là, bon allez. J'arrête là le live, de toute façon il se passe plus rien encore une fois. Ils vont se mettre sur la grille de départ pour faire des essais de départ, il n'y aura plus d'amélioration. Donc voilà. De toute façon on se retrouve sur Twitch à 18h pile pour la suite et fin de Drive to Survive saison 5. Donc soyez au rendez-vous, à tout à l'heure. Moi ça va me faire une pause d'une demi-heure à peu près, c'est pas plus mal. Allez.